Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings. I just went all over the world to start this live again. I already kind of had it going, but I had to change location. So, yeah, y'all. I'm just sharing a live, getting some people in here. Can help me get some people in here. I'll post the last one if it's saved, and I'll post this one too. So these will be on the YouTube. You know, I know if anybody is ever seeking understanding, you can you know, y'all already know Yaju's videos are always out there for you to look into. He has thousands of videos at this point, so you can watch Yaju's videos, and it's a buffet. You know, but I heard some people here are better from the saints, you know. I don't really you know, some people really aren't gonna hear the message until they see the strength of the people who are also telling you he's Christ, you know. So these will be on the YouTube. Also, if you go to my YouTube, you'll see we just did a testimony Tuesday, and that's important too, y'all. If you know that Yaju was Christ, next Tuesday it would be a great time for you to share your testimony of how did this coming up Tuesday. It'll be a great opportunity for you to share your testimony about how Christ rolled up on you, you know. Let people know the reality of the thing, like how this really goes down. Let people know what it looked like. Let them feel you. It was a very beautiful live stream we did on Tuesday. So we're gonna do the same thing this next coming up Tuesday on my platform. So you know, you can really hear the testimony of the saints, and again, they're also recorded. So definitely be looking for that, y'all. And also the Messiah is live. It's either on his platform or on his wife's platform at Yaju Judah 3 or at africarevolution on TikTok. So y'all go check that out. You know, they're up there. Yaju and I think Brother UK, Brother Jerome. So y'all head over there. Yeah, peace and blessings, peace and blessings. What is the prompt about? Can't invite you up, Africa debunked. Africa debunked? The hell kind of name is that? I'll talk to you, KK.
Hello?
Peace to you.
What do you even believe?
I only believe in God.
So you believe in the
but
Bible?
yeah. So I'm a witness that the prophecy is happening as far as a group of people who come together to put in the work to restore the people and restore righteousness on the earth. That's how the prophecy really is. It's about the revolution. So I'm a testimony of that.
So, like, you believe Christ is God?
He's the God of Israel. So like he's the head builder of this revolution that I'm talking about. Like he's the leader of it, but he's not a spirit. He's just a man.
So, he's a man, just a man, but he's God.
He's the God of the revolution. He's the God of the kings.
The
Because
Bible doesn't
that
say.
God, when I say he's the God of the people, that's like saying he's the leader of the people. He's still a flesh and blood man, but he has a certain duty that was given to him by God. So that's why he's called the God of our righteousness, because he was given a duty to be that example of the righteousness for the earth.
But it wouldn't make sense if that same God calls Jesus God that created heavens and earth and will never change. Hebrews 1, he praised him. He's quoting a passage from Psalms, which is praising Yahweh and worshiping him, and he applies it to the Son. So that makes no sense. He's not just a man. He's more than a man. That's what I'm saying. Like,
Well,
what
yeah,
do you believe?
well,
That's
no,
not
no.
the
But
Bible.
when I say that he's bringing in, he's the Lord of our righteousness, right? He's the God of righteousness. So right now, the world doesn't know the correct righteousness. They don't know what God looks like manifested. They don't know what Christ consciousness looks like manifested. They don't know what being Christ-like is. They don't know what being a disciple is. They don't know what being a real Muslim, none of these things they say. So he is that example that is made flesh so that we can know. That's why he's the God. That's why he's given that title.
So the apostles of Jesus didn't do a good enough job. They know how
Well,
to be
look at the
Christian.
world. Look at the state of the world. So God has to send someone who is able to be that image, because the world needs that image of righteousness so badly right now.
But do you understand what you're teaching does not line up with the Bible? But you believe in the Bible? You believe Jesus is just a man, but he claimed to be more than a man. He claimed to be God.
I'm sorry. What did you say?
I'm saying, like, you're saying he's just a man. He's the God of the revolution, but he claimed to be more than a God. He claimed to be Jehovah himself. So that doesn't line up with the Bible, but you believe in the Bible. And you're saying,
Well,
go ahead.
I mean, he does say that even he prays to the Father.
The Father prays
So
to, the Father prays to him too. It's communication. They worship each other because they're both the same God, just different in person. He was 1-8. The Father prays to him, to the Son.
yeah, that's really what I'm saying then. Yeah, they, so on the earth, I'm saying that this person is on earth. So that's how it's being cleared up what that righteousness actually is, because he's on earth being that manifestation.
Manifestation of the Father, or
Yes, correct.
do you believe Jesus is the Father?
He's a manifestation of, he's how you see the Father.
So is he the Father, or he's just a representative of the Father? Like he's an image of the Father, but he's not the Father himself.
It's like saying he's the I am. Like you can't tell the I am that he ain't, because he is. I am.
Yeah. He is God. It's a title for God and Jehovah. But we believe that Jesus is the same God as the Father and the Son. I mean, the Holy Spirit. So, like, my point is, if he's just a man, why did he claim to be more than a man?
Well, because he's not every man. Like every man can lead the people in the ways of righteousness. Every man isn't gonna deny themselves to do that. So that's why he's set apart. But soon the world is gonna be carrying that same example that he's leading. The world is gonna be Christ-like. Everyone in the world is actually gonna be Christ-like one of these days. It's just a matter of who can actually see that he's on earth, because we're telling you he's on earth and judging the world, building the kingdom. So we have to overthrow the system with his leadership, and then everyone is going to be on the Father's time and in heaven with the Father.
So, what is this revolution are you talking about? Like, what is that?
Is overthrowing the system with the better plan, with the better government, with God's order. Everyone is waiting on this King of Kings. So the King of Kings judges the world and the religions that uphold the world.
Where in the Bible does Jesus ever say to overthrow the government? Because he doesn't teach this. That's what I'm saying. Where do you get this from? Like, who taught you this? These are heretics.
Well, that's why I asked you, who sent you? Because right now you're speaking for the Bible, but we're fulfilling the Bible.
How are you fulfilling the Bible?
Because in the Bible, he comes with the government on his shoulders. His war is with the high principalities and the wicked places. So the high principalities and the wicked places is the kings and the queens of the world, the King Charles, the Pope, all these people who have deceived the world to have their authority. So Christ comes with that government on his shoulders to, the saints will judge the world. We're the saints coming in judging the world. That's his.
But you claim to be Christ. No, you just claim to be Christ because you said that we're fulfilling the Bible when Jesus says it's already finished and I fulfilled the Old Testament. He says it all over Scripture. It's finished. He fulfilled the Old Testament. But you're saying I'm fulfilling the Bible, which goes against Christ. So that's the thing. How can you go against Christ but follow this revolution that Christ made, which he never mentioned in no historical document will ever prove that? So that's what I'm saying. Where are you getting this from?
Well, don't you believe that the Bible is prophecy?
It has prophecies, and Jesus already fulfilled them.
Well, if it's a prophecy, hold up. But if it's a prophecy, that means that at some point you have prophets who was telling you this is what's going to happen, writing down this is what's going to happen.
Mm-hmm.
It ain't happened yet. So what Christ actually does is he clears up the confusion, because we don't know the time of the Lord. We don't know the day of the redemption day. We don't know the day of the judgment when the teachers are going to have to shut up. We don't know this day. We don't know when the correction comes. So, like, the prophecy, you can't say it's fulfilled if you're still waiting for that correction. You can't teach that to the people.
What I meant by fulfill, I mean fulfill the law. And when I said it is finished, I'm talking about everything done at that cross. Everything's finished. It's done. There's no prophets after him. That's where we reject Muhammad. There's nothing after him. It's finished. There's nothing else to do. It's finished. And we're just waiting for him to come back. That's it. That's why I'm understanding, like, who taught you this? Like, you've been taught this, but like, who taught you this? And have you really like looked into the early church fathers and see what the early Christians believed?
Well, it's only one teacher is the belief. It's only one teacher, so I don't listen to mankind. I listen to the set apart man. So I'm saying that the one that you're waiting on, he don't come out the sky. He comes from the tribes. He comes from amidst the people in Babylon. So my information comes from the one teacher who you would say that you are actually waiting on.
So Jesus comes from a tribe, not the sky, even though he says he comes from the sky. You see
Well,
how
it says he comes from a higher state of mind, but you don't have that. You don't have that higher state of mind because you don't listen to him. You listen to you.
What? I'm literally listening to him. You're doing the opposite. You're saying come out of the tribe. He said I'm come from the sky, and you'll see the Son of Man riding with his angels. But you're saying he comes out of tribe. So that's the thing I'm confused about. Who, like, literally, who taught you this? Because they're actually deceiving you.
Hebrews 12 says that the clouds is the tribe. That's what it literally says.
Can you read it?
But again, when you read it, you listen to you because you have imaginations of what it's supposed to look like.
It was literal because he literally talks about how everybody's going to see him. If he comes out of a tribe, not everybody's going to see him. If he comes out of a tribe, not everybody's going to see him. But if he comes out of the sky, everybody's going to see him.
Brother, But so, brother, if Hebrews 12 says that the cloud is the tribe, right? So I'm gonna read it. I'm gonna go to the scripture. But when he and the tribe comes with his government on his shoulders, this is who we are. This is what we're doing. When he judges the world, they step down from their positions, the wickedness in high places, the princes of the earth. Everyone takes that knee. So when he is lifted to this authority, when all the work is done and all that, that's when everyone is going to know. You're not supposed to know when you're crucifying him. You're supposed to know when he takes down the high principalities.
Okay, but Hebrews 12, can you read it? That shows it's a tribe and not the sky when he was being Pacific.
Yeah.
You gotta admit, it doesn't make sense if he's gonna come out of the tribe, not everybody's gonna see him. So you're saying Jesus is a lie, meaning he sinned. That means him dying on the cross for us didn't work because he's a sinful man. Because a sinful man cannot die on the cross for community sin.
So have all eyes seen him already?
No, because he hasn't came back yet. Not all eyes.
So I don't have to believe in the one that you believe in, because all eyes never seen the thing that you believe in. So I don't know why you know what I'm saying? Like, so I believe in something and you believe in something. We're putting in work so that all eyes see ours, and you're telling me he's supposed to come from a higher place somewhere, but you're also not letting him speak for himself.
He literally says that. That's why I'm quoting him. But you can read Hebrews 12. It doesn't say that. I don't know where you're getting it from.
Yeah, I'm looking for the Hebrews, New Testament. I'm not great with this book. 1 second. Hebrews should be on page 143 of the New Testament. Okay. Alrighty. Yeah, so Hebrews 12 and 1. It says, therefore, since we are surrounded by so great a cloud of witnesses, let us lay aside every weight and sin that clings so closely. Let us run with perseverance the race set before us. So notice I told you I'm a witness. Christ is on the earth. He's here, the one you're waiting on. Here. So I'm a witness. So
it doesn't say you. It says people in the clouds. So you're not in the clouds.
Brother. It says, it don't say witnesses in the clouds. It says a great cloud of witnesses. Just like you have a cloud of, just like you have a cloud of people. You have a sea of people. It's the same thing with a cloud of, regardless if you think these people are supposed to come from a higher place or they're supposed to come from a higher state of mind, whatever you're waiting for, bro. This is a witnesses that Christ is on earth reestablishing order among men when it comes to God.
All right, I know what you believe now. But listen, you see how you just try to lie to me? You just said it does not say witnesses in the cloud, and then you just read it, and then it said witnesses. You're twisting the Bible.
Witnesses.
See what you're doing?
You're not a witness, so you don't get to say we're supposed to come from a higher place, or we're.
That's what Jesus says, not me. I'm just quoting Jesus.
You're not a witness to none of these things.
Never said that. I'm using Jesus.
You're not quoting Jesus. You're quoting your imaginations when you read about a man that you never witnessed.
From the clouds, Revelation.
Yeah, because
not comes from a cloud.
Is he literally a lamb?
Not literal. It's not literal.
He's not literally a lamb.
It's not literal. You can obviously tell it's not literal.
You don't literally eat his flesh and blood. Yeah, so you don't get to literally tell me I'm supposed to come from the sky because I'm a woman.
His flesh and blood, so you don't know what Christianity teach. That's actually his flesh.
Slow down. You don't get to literally tell me I'm supposed to come from the sky because I'm a witness that he's on earth. You don't get to tell me where
I-
I'm supposed to come from the sky.
This is when he's coming back, and you're not going to be a witness on the clouds. When he's coming down, then you could witnesses. If you're still alive, then you could witness that. But if you're dead, you can't witness it. You're not going to be in the clouds with Jesus witnessing
Brother,
it.
I'm
That's my
resurrected,
point.
so I seen it. These are metaphors.
You're what? You
He
see? No,
already he
no.
already came back. He already came back from a high. You know how Moses had to, you know how the people had a golden calf, false idols. So Moses had to come down from the mountain. Moses was up there on the mountain with God, and he had to come down from the mountain to talk to the people because he was on a higher level. That's how he came to me, and I was dead, but I was
Listen,
resurrected. So
listen.
it's the same. These are just metaphors that you can't imagine. You have to be there.
I know deep down in your heart, you know this is not right. I know deep down you know something's off, and you're just saying what you've been taught. I am telling you, you know deep down this is not the truth. You can try to hide it and bury it the whole time. It doesn't matter. You know. Because you're just, if I say a verse, you're saying metaphor. Oh, that's literal. Always coming
Brother,
out of the
what are
tribe.
you doing? So what are you doing to witness to the Bible? Because what I'm doing is I'm doing the revolution that you read about. So
When
are
did
you
you
doing
start
the
a
fairy
revolution?
tales? Well, hold up. Okay. I'm doing the revolution that I'm reading about. Are you doing the fairy tales that you're reading about?
I'm just quoting Jesus and what he said, and then you're saying, oh, well, it's a higher minded state. When does he say that? When does he
In
say
real
these
life.
are
In real life. Because he speaks in parables. He speaks living waters that actually, because this book don't speak for itself. A lot of anybody can read it and imagine a fairy tale that they're not doing. You're not doing magic tricks, but you're gonna tell me this is all magic tricks and fairy tales.
I'm not saying that. I'm taking the Bible. They can be literal at times, and it can be parables, like you said. He speaks in parables. But what I'm saying, he comes on the cloud. He's talking about Revelation, and everything in Revelation is gonna happen. It's literal. It's gonna happen. That's why it's Revelation.
Yeah,
The end of
but
the Bible.
brother,
It's gonna
you
happen.
haven't,
That's my point.
brother. You're out of order. Christ had the biggest problem with people who are putting themselves in the book.
Blasphemy.
Christ always had a problem with people who spoke on things that they have not seen because why? He's here to fulfill thy will that God
Hold on.
sent.
You never
So
see him
you
come
don't
out of
get
a
to
tribe, but you
tell
believe that.
him or none of his witnesses, you're not him. Nah, man, I like my golden calf more than you. You don't have that authority. So the judgment is for the people who have not seen what they speak on, and their prophecy will not come to pass.
You're saying you never seen it, so you can't speak on it. Christ was against that. Okay, you never seen him come from a tribe, but you still believe that. And again, who taught you this? I actually want to know who taught you
Yes,
this.
I have. I'm only
What?
speaking on things that I've seen. I'm
You're
only
trolling.
speaking on things that I've seen. Christ is on earth. So I'm watching him. I've seen him literally come from amidst the people. I know what city he was anointed in. I know,
Where?
a
Where?
lot of the cities that he's traveled to, where he's bringing the light to the world.
London.
So I'm only
Amen.
speaking about, he came from the higher place. I've literally, these are things that I'm talking
The
about that
same
I know and that
mindset.
I see. I'm not imagining it.
This is called illusion. Listen, why are you saying every? I'm thinking about Jesus. That's not true. Or I'm just using Jesus' words, and then you're just saying, "Wow, it's a metaphor. It's a higher state of mind." He came out of a tribe, and I saw it because I was resurrected. Even though when you get resurrected, it's the day of judgment. When the day of judgment happens, he judges us, and he destroys heaven and earth, and makes a new one without sin. And there's still sin in this world. So again, like, how you
Yeah,
see how
so
does make any sense?
yours, but brother, we know that the restoration still needs to happen. We still need to bring the heaven. We still need to bring down Jerusalem. But you're talking about how you think it's supposed to happen in your mind. I'm talking
It's
about what I'm
quote unquote
putting my
religion.
hands in the dirt and doing. You
Do you
know,
believe Jesus is the
the
Father?
separation is you're out of order, you're waiting. I'm not waiting. I'm rest. I'm there. My hands are in the dirt.
But you said you resurrected. But Jesus says when the resurrection happens, the day of judgment happens, and then they destroy the heavens and the earth. You can say, "Oh yeah, I was there the whole time." Well, if you were there, why is there still
No,
sin in this earth? There should be no sin.
because my hands are in the dirt. This is a work. Like right now, like when he comes with the
What does that
clouds,
mean?
he gathers the clouds. It's not
Okay, so now he comes
like
with the
okay,
clouds. He
it's
doesn't come
not
from a
like
tribe.
Christ, brother. He wouldn't be the suffering servant if he just snapped his fingers and all of a sudden he found all the disciples. He just snapped his fingers and all of a sudden the 144 is just together immediately. He wouldn't be the suffering servant. It wouldn't be 3 days and 3 nights or 40 days and 40 nights. It wouldn't be the whole journey that he has to take. It wouldn't be no crucifixion. It wouldn't even be no crucifixion. It was if it was just whenever he wants. It's just immediate, you know. So this is a process that I'm building, and you're watching us
Thank you
build
for
the
the gift.
house, and you're telling us that we're not building the house.
Okay, but you see how you just contradict yourself? You said, "Yeah, when he comes on the cloud of heaven, I thought he comes from a tribe." Is it from a tribe or a cloud of heaven? You got to pick which one. Because you said no, it's not from a cloud; it's from a tribe. And then you just said, "Oh yeah, when he comes on a cloud, a cloud with the witnesses." You contradicted yourself. Is he coming from a tribe or a cloud of witnesses? If you're gonna lie, you got to stick with one and
Brother,
stay with it to the very end.
okay, you're not brother. You're denying my answer. A cloud is a tribe. A cloud is simply a person. An angel is simply a person. A
A
chariot
cloud's a
is simply a
person.
person. It says that an angel comes with a message. It says that a cloud is a witness. So the message is I'm witnessing Christ is on earth. He's the cornerstone that the builders are refusing, building the kingdom of God on earth, bringing down to earth that higher state. I'm a witness to these things.
You're a witness to all that.
Everything that you say you're waiting on, correct?
So you think Jesus literally come down from heaven on the clouds? You saw all that.
Yeah, I've seen all of it.
Okay, I
Just
listed
not how
literally.
you imagine. Not how you
I
imagine, but
but you
the
hold on.
reality of it is what I see.
You contradicted yourself again because I said you literally saw Jesus come down from the clouds, and you said yes, and I said oh, and I'm saying oh, so he did literally come down from the clouds. Which one is he literally coming down from clouds, figuratively, or is he actually literally coming from a tribe? Is he like you? I'm so confused.
Brother, don't get confused by the words. I'm telling
I'm just
you
trying to
that
reach you,
it's
bro.
metaphors, but he's literally a man. He's literally in Atlanta. So the words that he speaks are literally spirit, but it's not how you imagine. The I'm just to put it like this, like the whole prophecy is happening, but it's not your imagination at all, not even a little bit. It's reality. So you will have to
So
be humble to whatever the reality is, or you're not gonna get it.
okay, but you see how in the beginning of well, in the middle of the conversation, I brought up the church fathers, and you said, "Well, I don't listen to man, but I'm listening." But you're interpreting the scriptures, and then I'm saying it doesn't say that, and you're saying, "Well, I'm right because I actually saw it." What? And then I'm saying it doesn't say that, and you're saying, "Well, I'm right because I actually saw it." What's against you when they interpret, when they learned from the apostles, learned directly from the apostles? I can quote you Irenaeus that learned from Paul, and I think Peter. Don't quote me on that. He learned from the apostles directly. That learned from Jesus. Why should I listen to you in your group? I don't even know what you guys are called. Over the apostles, Jesus, and the early church fathers and the early Christians. That's the thing you got to answer.
Well, you're not talking to them. You're talking to the reality of it.
What's that
Like
mean?
when I say I don't listen to people's opinions, Like, I don't care about nobody's opinion about the prophecy. I want to know what the prophecy actually happens. I want the reality of the prophecy and what needs to be done for God. I don't care about people's opinions about their opinion and their dream and their vision. I want the real reality of it. I want the fulfillment of it. The bitter and the sweet. You are
Right.
stuck in the sweet, stuck in the fantasy. You're stuck in the fantasy because you're stuck in, oh, well, this is how I feel like it's supposed to go down. That's sweet talk. Nah,
I don't care how I feel. It doesn't matter
so
what I say or feel.
the work it's not, I'm just saying, I'm just, to wrap it up, I don't have an interpretation or an opinion about none of this. It, like, that's
Yes, you do.
not, these are simply facts of Christ is on earth judging the world
Right.
in our
Prove it.
generation. That's why it's not even
Prove it.
debatable.
Prove it. It's not debatable. Okay, then prove
We
it.
are proving
Debunk me.
it. This is the proof that you have a cloud of witnesses who are judging the world. So when you go to the website, you'll read our documentation. You'll read about the judgment against the high principalities, the Holy See, the British Empire, the Roman Catholic Church. These are the works gathering God's government that judges the world, how they already understand this authority that God is going to come with. They already understand
Right.
how the King of Kings is going to retake the throne. So the nations are already preparing for the inevitable. You can read all of these things at the at the website of what is
Look.
what he's preparing this place, what is being prepared. You can read all at the website.
So a little bit ago, you said you don't interpret anything, but when I bring up Jesus coming down from the clouds of heavens with the angels and the witnesses, you said no, it's really a tribe. That's literally interpreting it. So how you gonna so you can interpret it, but the early church fathers that learned from Jesus, I mean, or learned from the apostles, the apostles learned from Jesus. That's what I'm saying. Don't think 2 seconds.
Brother,
Do you really think
they didn't interpret from Jesus. Jesus isn't a history story. That's why Jesus never judged the world. Jesus never removed sin.
Not yet.
And you still don't know if you're going to go to
Not
heaven
yet.
because you're not saved.
In Orthodox theology, you're safe. I could be saved today, but I could be not saved tomorrow if I sin willingly. So
That's
so
correct.
I
That's why you were never given salvation. You act like you have salvation. You say it's peace and blessings, but it's not peace and blessings with you because you don't actually know that you're saved.
today I'm saved. I don't know if I would be saved tomorrow because I could actually do a sin willingly that I know full heartedly that it's a sin and where it could lead me. Then there's no blood for the atonement of the sins. Like there's no more blood left. That's what Paul says, and he learned from John. I mean, not learned from John. He learned from Jesus himself. Like, come on, bro. If you're not gonna listen to people that learn from Jesus, you might as well throw. No, you literally throw
When did
away
you
the
talk to
whole
Paul?
Bible.
When did you talk to Paul and John and them?
I read their books, which is just. Do you want to go on biblical manuscripts? Because I would decimate you in that.
Brother, no. When did you talk to them to get
I've never
their
talked to them
2
physically.
cents on what they're doing to fulfill the prophecy? When did you hear from them? Because you're saying
Never said
that you talked to them and that I should talk to them. Did you talk to
Never
them?
said that. Never said I talked to them. I said reading their. I'm gonna be more specific. Reading their books and their teachings and the early church fathers and the early Christians and reading Jesus's words out of his own mouth. It contradicts what you're saying. Don't
Well,
you see that?
no. It contradicts what you're saying because the book doesn't. The book tells you that you have to listen to the spirit in the flesh when it comes to the flesh. The book tells you that the flesh, the book tells you that the flesh from the book. You're not going to know it from, you can't go through the book to get to God. That God doesn't, God doesn't dwell in those places. God doesn't use no books to get a message across at all. God always uses the flesh
Yes.
and the thought in the man.
Okay, but since using that logic, we have to throw away the Bible, right? And then now we don't know what Jesus said. We don't know what Jesus says. If we throw away the Bible, automatically we do not know what Jesus said. So we need the Bible to
That's not
understand God
true.
and see how what. All right, let's throw away the Bible.
No, brother,
Prove Jesus came from a tribe or something. Prove something
brother,
about Jesus.
many things that Jesus will do, if it were to be put in these books, the world could not contain it. The many things that Jesus will do, if it was put in this book, the world could not contain it. That's a scripture.
It's not.
Because the word is going to be made flesh. The spirit is going to be made flesh. Back in the day, prophets had the spirit. They was telling the people nobody believe in it.
I agree with
This
you.
is that day. Christ is on earth with the spirit and the flesh. Nobody is believing it.
You should leave.
This is not debatable that prophecy is happening.
Is Jesus the Messiah? He came with a new covenant. Yes, we're supposed to listen to Jesus. But people that come years after, if we can't trust the Bible, how can we be saved if we don't even know who Jesus is? We need the Bible to know what Jesus is and to get salvation. If we throw away the Bible, we are damned. Everybody on earth is damned because we won't know who God is, the true God is, because we don't have the Bible. We don't know Jesus' words. We don't know what he taught. We don't know Jesus' words. We don't know what he taught.
Until Christ is on earth with the spirit, you don't have the spirit, so you can't use the Bible. You don't know what the Bible is saying. The spirit is going to tell you what the Bible is saying. You're not waiting on the flesh. You're not waiting on Christ to give you the spirit so that you can use this Bible.
So you're telling me billions of people, even early Christians, all that, billions of people are wrong and you're right, and he's actually coming from a tribe that everybody else is wrong. Just yes or no?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying Christ never came in a history story you believe in. Christ is here now. He's being born now in Babylon.
Where is he?
All these things you're talking about, early church fathers, nobody over there in the desert is what I'm saying. They made up a history story so they could set up these kingdoms, the princes of the world.
You know what the Bible says?
The prophecy really happens now, and because they changed the timeline, that causes a crucifixion on the real one who really puts in the work. Because no, you're not my history story, Jesus, so I'm gonna crucify you because you're not the one that I believe in. You're not the one I believe in. So that causes the crucifixion of the real one. Because again, the history story was colonization.
Okay, but you're saying Christ is here right now. Jesus and Paul say there'll be many false Christs after me. If someone says the Christ is in the wilderness or in the desert, do not go. That's a false prophet. It's not really Jesus. You will know Jesus is coming when he comes from the clouds. I'm using the Bible. You're just using your imagination, or you're using the Bible and then you're twisting it and saying it's a higher power. You're not getting it because you don't have the Spirit. How do you know if you have the Spirit?
When did you even see Paul? When did you even see Jesus? Because
I don't need to see them. I have their books and their teachings.
Brother, where is Jesus right now?
In heaven, on the right hand of God.
Have you been to this place?
Heaven?
Yeah.
Not to my knowledge, no. No. I've never been to heaven.
Have you ever been to the right hand of the Father?
No. I've never been to his throne, no.
Have you ever been to any of these places that you say that Jesus is at, and you're telling people Jesus is at? Have you been to any of these places that you speak about?
But let me clarify something. I would never say I'm on the right hand of the Father, because that would make me Jesus Christ. I'm nowhere near him. But you're saying, oh, you never seen Jesus. Okay.
I'm saying you've never seen the things that you speak about, and that's what it said. It's going to be many false prophets talking about he's over here in these places I've never spoken about. He's over here in these places I've never seen, these places I've never been.
You want me to
You
quote
would
it
never, brother,
verbatim?
if I told you, yeah, I went over there to Los Angeles and I met Miley Cyrus. No. If I said I never went over there to Los Angeles, I never been to Los Angeles, I never met Miley Cyrus, are you gonna listen to me about Los Angeles or Miley Cyrus? No, you're not, because I never been there. But many false prophets speak about the right hand of the Father, God's righteousness. They speak about heaven. They speak about this holy
and then they
city.
say,
They
"Come
speak
on,
about
worship
these
other
things that
gods."
they've never been to. So when it actually is in your face, you're stuck in la la land. You can't see, you can't hear.
I think you're projecting. But do you believe Muslims are going to heaven?
Everyone is going to heaven. Everyone on the
Okay.
earth.
So you're saying everyone
Heaven
going
is
to heaven?
coming down to earth for all.
Show me in the Bible where it says everyone is going to heaven.
When it says that, well, I should just read it.
Take your
I
time.
don't think of a good one. I can go to
I can quote some verses where it
Ezekiel.
says people are not going to heaven.
Well, it's gonna be people who have an everlasting shame, but you're still gonna
And
be
if
in heaven.
no, if there's heaven or hell, you cannot be shameful. Shaming is shaming someone is committing a sin, and you can't sin in heaven. When he destroys heaven and earth, he's gonna make everything new, and you cannot sin.
No,
Like, come
no.
on,
When I
you
say
know deep down in his
everlasting
heart this is not
shame,
true.
just because, brother, when I say everlasting shame, I'm not talking about you have a bad feeling all the time, because you can. It's like if you have a scar on your leg because you hurt yourself, you tripped and you fell on that leg, and you have a really bad scar now. Like, you're gonna always have the scar for the rest of your life, but that doesn't mean it still hurts. So that's what people are gonna go feeling like, because damn, he really did exactly what he said he was doing. And them witnesses, them cloud of witnesses that came to us, and I was just fighting them the whole time. So that's always going to be the truth. You're always going to have the scar, but you're also going to be in heaven, because it's going to be world peace that these clouds of witnesses are creating. Christ is creating. So you're not going to
So
have
we're
no
gonna
more pain, even though you have a scar of how you pierced him. That's what I mean
read
by
the
like
verse.
everlasting
It says
shame, but still
everyone.
everyone gets to heaven still.
Yeah, who's shaming them? Yeah, who's shaming them? No sense. No, you're not. This isn't. All right, just read the verse.
It's dang, what is the freaking scripture? It's 37 and 24. Is that what it is? Ezekiel.
And in the Bible,
37.
people committed the blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, which is unforgivable. So that's why I'm like saying what? Because in Jesus' time, someone
Yeah.
committed a blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, and they died, and they
So
stayed like that, and they're going to hell, which is unforgivable.
what? Okay.
So
So it says every eye is gonna see him, even they who pierced him. So when this person is risen
did
from
you
the
find the
dirt,
verse?
when this person, because he's risen from the dirt for all eyes to see him.
Yeah.
You know, he's gonna have a authority on earth. So he is going through the crucifixion right now. People are always telling him, you know, you're not who you say you are, yada yada this, yada yada that. But you know, even they who are also gonna have to accept, like, he's exactly who he said he was the entire time. Like, so that's
You're
what
saying
he's talking about. But
so when Jesus was getting crucified, listen, 2,000 years ago, when Jesus was getting crucified, when he was dying, it wasn't finished yet. But you're saying even now he's dying on the cross. That means it isn't finished yet, and we have no atonement for our sins. That means we're done. We're done. We have no
Some
atonement.
people
BC
are
still
there
dying.
though. Some
What?
people, some people are already in heaven. You don't have atonement for your sins. Some people aren't even sinning no more, and they're never gonna sin again. But you don't have it because you don't accept Christ.
I do, but give me the verse.
It's Ezekiel 37:24. Um, I'll start at 25 though. It says, "They're gonna live in the land that I
But
gave to
that's the
my
old
servants."
covenant, of course. I agree. The old covenant is only for the Jews, not Gentiles.
That's not the point though, because
That is.
you're asking about what is finna take place.
No,
As
I'm not. I will clarify what I'm asking. I'm asking, saying, where in the Bible does it say everyone is going to heaven? And I agree. In the old covenant, it's talking about Jews. Jews are only supposed to be saved. That was a new covenant. Now we're under. I mean that was the old covenant. My bad. Now we're under a new covenant, and now we can okay, since we're under the new covenant, we're not under the old covenant no more. Yes, I agree. The old covenant was only for Jews, not Gentiles. The new covenant is for Jews and Gentiles. It's for everyone. Whoever accepts it will enter heaven.
yeah,
That's my point.
but brother, it's just not how you imagine because you don't
Backward
understand.
isn't imagining.
Brother, you're imagining it because you weren't there. Period.
You weren't there either.
No, you don't know that it's in your generation. You're blind. You don't know that it's you. You're a Gentile. You don't know that a Gentile is simply a
You sure?
non-believer. So you don't know that one day you're not going to be a Gentile no more because you're going to believe in what we're saying.
You're a Gentile too.
One day, everyone. No, I'm telling you the good news. You're the one who's non-believing.
So you're telling me the good news? I should listen to you about the good news instead of Jesus? You're putting yourself in the role of Jesus. That's prideful. He's
Nah,
supposed to
brother.
bring the good news, not you. He failed, so
Nah,
you have to come 2,000 years later to help him. You're helping
brother.
Jesus.
How are the angels sent out?
Blasphemy. Huh?
How are the angels sent out?
Thrown out?
How are the angels sent out?
To earth?
How?
By God's command.
So when did you hear God's command? Because right now, me and you are both acting like messengers. Which one's the real messenger?
I'm not acting like a messenger. I'm just quoting Jesus, and I'm saying what I think. I think it's by God's command. The angel's not going to come down here without God's command, right?
What kind of, this is, y'all always do this. Y'all act like y'all not teachers, y'all not messengers, y'all not nobodies, y'all are all sinners, everybody's a liar. But all of a sudden you get to teaching about Jesus and the Jews and the Gentiles and the everybody's and the who's.
You want me to start quoting so I can nail you? I'm going to start quoting so I can nail you. Nail you so you can really not jump top of the topic. I'm going to start quoting, all right? We're going to both start quoting scripture then. We can quote, bro. This is just, bro. You're saying Jesus already resurrected you, and you were there, and he's coming from a tribe, but he's not actually coming from a tribe, and then he's literally coming from a tribe, and then he's literally coming from the sky.
He's the firstborn. It's more like he comes from the
creation. Doesn't mean
brother.
Mm-hmm.
He comes from the people. From the people.
He said something in the comment.
He's the first one who cracks the code. He's like the first one out the matrix. So he gathers the team of the people who are going to make mankind in their image. He gathers a group of people. So nobody was anointed before Yaju. Yaju gathers and anoints and does the anointing.
Someone in chat said, KK, we are the Christ. Prove it. You see King in the chat, bring him up here. BC can't prove a single thing too, probably. You guys, it just... And if I nail you on something, you said, oh, it's a higher level being. You just don't understand. I was there, but I wasn't there. And I'm alive, but I'm not alive. He's coming from the clouds. He's not coming from the clouds. You're jumping all over the place. Please stick with one line.
That is KK. That is you who's doing double talking. Yep. I've been 100%. I've been 100% true and faithful and everything I'm saying, I'm here
Yes.
witnessing the testimony. I'm here witnessing the prophecy. So everything that's happening is happening now. I'm not talking about a history story. You're the one who believes in a history story. I don't believe in a history story. I disprove the history story with my existence. That's what I'm
The
saying.
Bible's a historical document and a religious book. And a religious book.
No, it's not.
So like, what?
What the kings of the earth have done is they told you a history story so that they could put themselves on the throne. That's how the Pope has his
So I shouldn't
authority.
listen to the Bible.
Because
So I shouldn't listen to the Bible.
so-called Peter, this is how they put their authority. Peter, from 2,000 years ago, in this, not a prophecy, it's a history. So now you have
That's what
a
Jesus
Roman
said,
Catholic
actually.
Church who is the rock. Now you have a Roman Catholic Church who is the rock. Now you have a Roman Catholic Church who is the God of all the lands. Now you have
Well, it's debatable if
King
it's
Charles.
Roman Catholic.
Who does he say anointed him? What makes you give all your taxes to the British, even if you don't know you do it? You give all your taxes to the British. Why?
What
Because
does that have to do with
that
anything?
Jesus 2,000 years ago. That because it's
What
because
does that have to do with
that
anything?
Jesus 2,000 years ago. That because they it's royalty
Hold
that
on.
they are.
Wait. You
That's
said
why
they
that's
say.
that's
I
the
thought you were
evil
there.
that's in high places. Brother, that's
You
the
said
evil that's in high places. Right now, my money when I go to work goes to the British Crown, which is the princes of the earth who have colonized the world. That's how they have their
you don't care
authority,
about
because they
colonization.
use colonization lies.
Colonize what? Black people?
The whole
What are you talking
world
about?
with lies.
Is
Like
colonized.
you are colonized no matter where you're at, because you believe in their authority and the stories that they
You believe
told.
Bible.
You
What?
wouldn't have a queen, brother, princess at all if you if they didn't first have to
Well,
teach
guess what?
you
I'm
about a
not
history
Catholic, so you
story.
can't use.
If they didn't first have to
Well,
teach
guess what?
you
I'm
about a
not
history
Catholic, so you
story.
can't use that against me. I'm Orthodox. I'm not
You
Catholic.
believe in the history story, so you are Catholic.
No, I'm
The
not.
history story
What?
makes you a Catholic. Period. This
No,
is
it doesn't.
brother. Yes, it does. Let me cook.
Prove it.
The history story makes you a Catholic. If you
You need a microwave
believe
for
in a
that.
2,000-year-old history story, he was resurrected all this time ago. If you believe in these things, you are a Catholic, because
You see how she throws
Roman
away the
Catholic
Bible like
Church is
every
the
other second?
I'm not gonna mute you again. The Roman Catholic Church is the crafty council who came together, the Council of Nicaea, a group of liars, colonizers, who said, okay, we took this book from these people, because the real book comes from Ethiopia.
No, it
Ethiopia
didn't,
never
bro.
told the world.
I can debunk you right now. How much?
Hold up, bro. The Roman Catholic Church, or the Ethiopia, the throne of David, the Solomonic dynasty. This is why I have these people up here, because people don't know about this dynasty. It has been destroyed. It has been fallen. Ethiopia never told you about no 2,000-year-old Jesus. The Roman Catholic Church told the whole world, sent missionaries all over the whole world about a 2,000-year-old Jesus. About a 2,000-year-old Jesus after they saw a prophecy. This isn't just for you, because this is not debatable.
Stop
They
muting me.
never.
Let me speak. I can debunk you right now, but you're scared.
I don't give a damn about your opinion. This is something that I tried to tell you, bro. This is things that we're doing. This is a work that's being done. This is a manifestation. Who cares if you don't want to deal with the facts that Christ couldn't have come 2,000 years ago? Brother, like, it's so mind-boggling how we let these people, the things that they've done to us, you don't want to hear about how they put their dirty reptilian hands into your idea of God and into your religions. Y'all don't want to hear about that. Y'all don't want to. Y'all so scared of this elite government that's running the world. Y'all don't want to hear about how they whispered in the ears of the pastors still. You don't want to hear about how they're still in the churches. Like, that's crazy. No, but that's really what they did. It really comes from Ethiopia. They had to take a prophecy from the real kingdom, which was falling, because you know how these are niggas. You know how niggas treat each other. You know how you know how we can do with the jealousy, with the pride, with the all these things. So you know exactly how the kingdom fell. So what the Roman Catholic Church has done, they stole a prophecy from these people who was already falling, and a lot of us niggas was helping them. So it's not even a race thing. That this is the root of the true kingdom that needs to be restored. So yeah, they had to steal it from. Y'all can look up the Siege of Magdala. I'll put it in the comments. The Siege of Magdala is when they actually stole the prophecy, when they went into the Solomonic dynasty and they took a whole bunch of stuff. And that's like the last real big hit to the kingdom of God on earth. So and that's how the Roman Catholic Church was able to take a book that didn't belong to them, that they stole, and turn it into a history and turn themselves into the princes of the world until God came back and took his spot back on the earth. Yeah, I was just really trying to get that out to the brother because, understanding that makes it a lot clearer and a lot easier for us to come together and really have a boldness against, when we remember where we came from, especially as melanated people. Seeing what we came from will give us a lot more courage to go forth and restore it. But yeah, Blawin, Blaw. I don't know how to say your name, brother. But some blessings to you. And just so you know, when you're outside of the app, some blessings to you. And just so you know, when you're outside of the app, we can't hear you. You're muted. You gotta unmute yourself. Blawin, you gotta unmute yourself. I don't know if you've been talking, Blawin, but you gotta unmute yourself. Gotta come off mute. Can't hear you.
What's going on, mamas?
Peace to you. I don't know.
What you got going on today?
Have you? Do you believe in the Bible?
Nah, I just know the Bible.
Okay. Well, who sent you?
But sent you onto your platform, or who sent me to out my mama womb?
Who sent you to know the Bible? Like who
Oh
actually made
no,
it
I
make
just
sense to you?
me put reading and putting the the parables together and understand that the Bible was for the Masons. It's the Masons law. You got to be in a brotherhood to understand, the Masons. No women in Bible, all men. Jesus married the Israels. They was his wife. Jesus was in the
So
upper.
you think
Jesus was in the
so
upper.
you think so of the prophecy.
Nah, I ain't got full understanding of the prophecy. I know the Bible. That's it. Nothing more,
Okay,
nothing
okay.
less.
So okay, to you is that the order is on earth. So when it comes to you're talking about the Masons, when
Yeah,
it comes to a group of people,
yeah.
yeah, when it comes to a group or a tribe of people, when it comes to a narrow path, these are the people who are telling you Christ is on earth. Christ is on earth. That's what we're telling you. Christ is on earth. And he's building the kingdom of God, which is going to bring heaven on earth by judging the wicked people in the earth, all the high wicked princes and all that. This is return of that order with the return of God through the Son.
Yeah, that's only there. That's all Mason. That's all masonry. That's all masonry talk. They ain't nothing.
No, the Masons don't tell you like we're telling you that
The
Christ is
make
on the
they yeah
earth.
they nah. It ain't about them. It ain't about them telling you what to do. It's just what you see outside. They got their
No,
laws and their
no.
orders.
That's
They
not what I
create the laws
said.
and
The
I
Masons
know, but
the Masons aren't telling you Christ is on earth.
not and no. They believe in any deity. To be down with that, you got to just believe in any type of deity, anything that's unalive.
No, I'm not talking about Christ alive, God, Christ in the ground. We're talking about Christ on earth, as in who's the leader of Masons? It should be Christ. It shouldn't be anybody. It should be Christ. It shouldn't be anybody. And we don't know who he's the leader of God's children.
Let me ask you a question, Miss. You read the Bible, right? Or you know the Bible a little bit? I was going to say John 13:4-7. Jesus, John 13:4-7. Jesus is in the upper room washing the disciples' feet without their dad, and understand that he was in the upper room with 12 men. You know, so I don't understand that if that's the way your Jesus Christ run with men, then then that's okay. But yeah, it's definitely John 13:4-7 when he took his garment off and he was washing their feet, and I mean he was booty ball naked because he took the garment off that he had on to wash their feet. And we can go on and on and on, but that's just something light right there. Not And we can go on and on and on, but that's just something light right there. Not nothing more, nothing less. Just like you might know a movie or something. We watch a movie, oh, what happened with the movie? I could tell you what happened with the movie. With the book, I could tell you, what happened with the book. That's all. Ain't nothing special about the movie. with the book, I could tell you, what happened with the book. That's all. Ain't nothing special about it. I know Jesus was taught by a law. A law taught Jesus. I know what's going on with the Bible. I know, but it ain't nothing like it's a spectacular, like, I'm somebody special or nothing. I just know the Bible. That's it.
You understand when I say this is the will of God?
Yeah, God is a title.
No, I'm talking about the Bible. You
What
understand when
God?
I?
All right, so now we gotta slow down and ask what God we talking about, because there's plenty of gods. What God is we preparing to?
I'm talking about the Most High, the Father.
What the most high is a servant. He's the best servant of all servants. Until
Let's not
Jesus.
get caught up on. Let's not get caught up on the titles and the semantics. I'm really focusing on the Bible in terms of when I say the Bible is the will of God. That's the part that I'm really focusing on, because that's what you're talking about when you're talking about these scriptures. So that's what I really want to zoom in on. So that's what I'm trying to get an understanding, just to establish a baseline.
Yeah, we can establish a baseline.
Okay, so when I say will of God, peace and blessings, big bro.
Hey,
So
peace
when
and
I say
blessings.
when I say will of God, you know how when you get an inheritance from your parents or from your family, and they write
Yeah,
out in the will how the inheritance is to be dispersed and who all is involved in the inheritance.
yeah, I understand. Yeah.
And you know how it's written that the meek shall inherit the earth.
Uh huh.
So what we are testifying to the fact is this is us collecting our inheritance now. We living in them days when God is pouring out his inheritance to the meek. So in order to be able to receive the inheritance, you have to have a counselor who can interpret the inheritance. Like if you ever been through probate with property, you can't just go into the will yourself as the person who's supposed to receive the inheritance and dictate how it goes. It has to be a mediator or a party in between the one that's giving the inheritance and the one that's receiving it. And without the mediator, the will can't be carried out. You following me so far?
Yeah, I know exactly what you talk. I know exactly what's going on. I'm following you. You should already know I follow you. Just a little bit that I tell you.
Okay. Okay, so when it comes to the will of God, how is it revealed to you?
I'm not a believer, so it's nothing they can do to me. I don't got no will. It ain't no will with nothing. Me, my will is my own will. I'm my own
Okay.
person. I don't need nothing to come inside of me. Y'all need something to come inside of y'all.
Okay. Well, then that makes a lot of sense then, because if you're not a believer, then yeah, now I can understand why this is just really just conversation for you. You know, the Bible it really doesn't have any bearing over you. So I appreciate you highlighting that, and that make a lot more sense. So but yeah, that was all my questions. I got a better understanding now. Peace to you, brother.
Yeah, But other than that, though, what's been going? What's the new knowledge that y'all got going on right now? That can help me. That can help me out.
Well,
That can help me out on my journey. To help me more understandings. What y'all got going on?
yeah, you can definitely check out the website. If you look up Yaju, hearing the brother out, that would be the best way to get to, what we're saying. Because we're really up here representing the movement because Yaju woke us up. It's a lot of lies in the world that the people are believing in that's got us so stuck. So, listening to Yaju will bring that enlightenment, and going to the website will help you understand the movement that's being birthed now, to do what we're saying now we're doing. So, you can go to the website and read about everything that's being put forth, everything that's being done in the high court systems and all that. and how it's a calling for our brothers and sisters to come forth and to fight the good fight. You can, that's why
I
the
mean,
website is up there, yajujuda.com.
but wouldn't fighting a good fight be the same as them?
What do you mean?
Okay, if say we're gonna say whoever, we can just say anybody. You can even say Satan. Satan came and take your land. Now you get strength back, and you go and take the land back, and then go take Satan land. That's basically what you're saying when you're saying we want to rebuild back up and get ourselves back together. We want to go fight the same people that oppressed us. That's what you're saying.
Well, it's more
I'm
like
saying like
because the fight is really about setting people free. Like I don't know why the Roman Catholic Church and the British Empire and all these people, I don't know why they're so greedy and disgusting that they are using lies to be in these high seats, and they know that they're not shit. I don't know why they do that. So what God is doing is setting even them free from the things that they're doing, by setting us free, so we know how to remove them from their positions, since they wanted to put themselves there. So the world is being put back into a correct order. The correct order with the correct natural laws that have been forgotten.
okay. I understand. I understand y'all movement. I ain't saying it's right or wrong. To each his own. But my thing is, with the men, this is the only thing I have a problem with these type of stuff, right? We grown men. I'm a man. We grown men. All the men can do anything that they want, behind closed doors, whatever. Do all y'all thing. My thing is, leave the women and children alone. Because, like, I ain't saying y'all, I'm just saying all these type of little organizations that come together, you men, y'all do y'all behind the stuff, rituals, witchcraft, all that, whatever. That's cool. I mind my business. But leave the women and children alone, because they don't have no understanding like that, and then when they get the women, it's easy for the women to bear the child for these men, and now they can start off with the which what we call apprentice, what would be the children. The mothers is the temple, women are the temples.
But brother, are you minding your business, or are you trying to teach? Like
No, no,
you're
no,
on,
no,
like,
no,
because
no, no,
what
no,
you're
no,
doing,
no,
on one hand you're saying,
no, no.
this is
Listen to what I
how,
just said. I said,
this is a woman's position, this is a man's position. But on another hand, you're
no,
saying,
no.
oh, let everybody do whatever they
No,
want,
no,
even
no, no. These
rituals.
are titles. No, no. What I'm saying is, father, mother, and child is only a title. We use it as, oh, I'm a father, and you using it as, oh, I'm a mother, and a child is using it as a child. But the way the Masons use it, a father is a creator. A mother is a temple, which would be a building, and inside the building will be the children, and the children are called apprentices. You understand what I'm saying? These are the marriage and the contracts that men do with each other. You get land or whatever, or building, whatever oath that they take behind closed doors. That's none of my business. But my thing is, when they come to the light, they always involve a woman or children, and I have problems with that. That's
Brother,
all I'm
you
saying.
don't even know, brother, is the whole world a part of the Masonic order?
Yeah, when you look outside, it's Masonic everywhere. Every side you see signs and symbols. Well, I see signs and symbols everywhere. I don't know if everybody
So
else does.
so they do things behind closed doors. They just give you signs and symbols. They're not outright about who they are and the correct example of a righteous man and a woman. They don't give you that. They hide their hands. So you know who sent them.
So not saying you or not saying any of that, but like you said, who sent me? So the question to come back to reverse, what is who sent you to do what? If you here on this planet for yourself and only yourself, why is you trying to involve other people to follow you when your understanding is not every day? Because it's always going to be something new every day, even though it's nothing new under the sun, but it's still going to be something new for a person to do. So if we keep talking about back in the day and old stuff, then how a person going to be moving forward? And if all we care about is unalive or where we came from, nobody is never in the moment. Nobody is never like how we talking right now. Nobody stays right there. Everybody either talking about, oh, where we came from or where we going. I could care less about that. I'm care about what I'm doing right this second. That's just me. And I'm not
My
gonna go
brother.
around and be like, yo, look, this is something that I learned, yo. Yo, y'all should try to do this because a person gonna have their own mind. You could tell them whatever they want. You could do all that. They're gonna have their own mind unless you do witchcraft or some type of sorcery on them, and then that's when you get their energy. Other than that, you leave a person alone. That's my opinion. I could be wrong though. You could go spread the word, you know. I ain't mad at it, but this is my thing. You know, if a person is over there minding their business or whatever, you ain't got to go over there and be like, oh, well, this is Jesus Christ or this is what this is about. Because you don't even know the understanding of Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ been gone. That body been gone. That body been old.
Hang on, my brother. Let me ask you, because before I lose my train of thought, earlier you said, you know, if we are all individual and strong enough to do things on our own, what's the purpose of involving other people? I want to ask you a question to make a point. Why did you come on a stage with other people?
The talk for me. I ain't talking for nobody else. This ain't for nobody else. This for my knowledge. That's why I'm all knower. I'm all knower of myself, not all knower of everything outside. I know myself. I know what I want. I know what I love. I know what I don't like. And that's me. I can't speak on you. I can't speak on her. I can't speak on nobody. I can't even speak on my own children because they have their own mind. I gotta
So let
speak
me
for
so let
me
me so let me make sure I understood correctly. You came here to
to
speak
speak
on
for my
yourself
yes.
to yourself.
Yeah, who else I'm speaking to?
So let me just make sure I understand. I'm gonna say it one more time. You came here to speak on yourself
No,
and
no,
to
I came here.
yourself.
No, no. Yeah, who else I'm talking to?
So then, brother, why did you have to come around people to do that? Couldn't you do that in your closet?
Yeah, I could have did that in my closet.
But
Yes,
see,
I
and
am in
this is
my
why I asked you,
actually look, actually I
hold on, walk with me. I'm gonna explain
good.
to you why I asked that question. All right, it's not natural for man and woman to want to be alone, to be isolated for prolonged periods of time. That's not how we was built, brother.
Okay, slow
We
down.
we
Slow down with that. Now you gotta slow down. No, so
let,
you gotta explain why a woman and a man is not wanting to be together. Explain that. First, before you say that, because that's a strong statement. Because I've been by myself for over 6 years and I ain't craving for no woman. My wife was unalive 5 years ago. I still have my kids and I'm raising my kids and they're young. And I'm not out here craving for no female or no human being. So
I didn't mean it. I
you
didn't
gotta
mean it. I
explain
didn't
that.
mean it. I didn't mean it like that in the sexual sense, brother. In
I'm
the sense of in the sense of community and togetherness. Like we wasn't designed to be isolated. Now I'm not saying that you can't make it, you know, you can't find your own way to somehow create your own world where you only exist in it. But even then, brother, that's still not reality. At some point you're gonna always depend on somebody. Like you I guarantee you right now, even if you're alone in your house right now, you still having to depend on somebody. Like somebody is the reason why you got electricity in your house. Like somebody is the reason why you got a phone that you're able to talk to other people on. Like somebody is the reason why you got internet access. Hell, somebody probably the reason why you even got your hair done the way you got it done and your haircut. You know, so we are here
That's common sense,
collectively.
though. But look, that's something we ain't even gotta talk about. That's just common sense right there. What you talking about?
And that's exactly why I made the point, because what you talking about is common sense, bro. We did not come up here to talk on ourselves, about ourselves, to ourselves. You know, that's why your whole basis is so it's really ridiculous. Because we know that's not true, brother, or else you wouldn't have had to come up here if you only wanted to talk to yourself. You would have just did it by yourself.
Okay, okay. My thing is, I told you what my problem was. You know, other than that, I could care less. The problem is, I told you, the women and children, y'all grown men, go do all them conversations, Jesus Christ, go all do that behind closed doors. But that brand new baby that's over there, right? Y'all ain't gotta look at that baby and be like, oh, let me get that baby the teachings, or see that teenager over there and be like, oh, look, let me get that teenager that teachings. No, you see a grown man, you go over there and holler at grown men. Go, you and the grown men go do that. Leave the women and children alone. That's all I say. That's the problem I have. Anything else, I can care less, bro. You can spread the word to men all day. All y'all men can go over there in the huddle all day. But leave the women and children alone, man.
Okay, so now it make more sense. You didn't really come up here to talk about yourself to yourself. You really came up here to spread a message, which is
No.
leave
That
the
is
leave the
about
woman
no,
and leave the
no.
woman leave the woman and children alone. That's basically why you just came up here to say that.
That's not for everybody, because everybody don't feel like that. I said that's for me and only me. That's me. That's me. That's what I'm talking about. Me. I don't like it. I didn't say,
All right.
oh, I got a group of people and me and my group of people, we don't like that. I'm not standing with no group of people. I'm standing with myself. I said I don't like that. That's why I'm talking about me. This is my feeling. That's it.
Okay.
I ain't saying nothing wrong.
Well, we appreciate. Well, okay. Well, that's your opinion. You know, whoever was meant to receive that, they received that. Is there any other questions? You want to ask us about the movement?
Yeah, I wanna ask about the women not being inside the Bible. I can go bar for
Well,
bar with you. I could go bar for bar with you with that scripture for scripture. We can go scripture to scripture to prove that there's no women in the Bible and it's all men. But I
well,
don't know if
brother,
you want to
you
do
know
that or not.
how you know how in Genesis it said the tree of knowledge, right?
Yeah, the tree of knowledge. Hold on. What is the tree first? Because the tree is the priests, the judges, all of them. That's what the tree is. A tree is not a tree that's actually outside. So you got to break down these words, what these words mean. So
All right,
before you
I know
start
we got to
speaking on
break
the
it
tree,
down. I'm
okay,
that's why I'm going slow to break it down.
okay. So
So
what? So
it's
when you
two
saying,
trees.
all right,
Hold
all
up.
right, now here we
I'm
go.
breaking it down. I'm not asking, we got to go step by step so we know that we agree before we try to teach anybody anything. So, okay. So it's a tree of knowledge and it's a tree of life. There's two trees in the garden in the book. So the tree of knowledge, like I agree with you, it's a priesthood. But the tree of knowledge of good and evil, you wasn't supposed to take that tree, take that teachings from the people. You wasn't supposed to do that. Everybody and their mama is taking this book made out of trees, made out of paper, and they're teaching lies about good and evil. They're teaching lies. You wasn't supposed to eat from that. That's the bad tree. You wasn't supposed to
Okay,
partake
slow down.
in
So you
that.
got to explain to the people what is good. What is the good of the tree?
It's like it's like a half truth. It's the tree of good and evil because it's a half truth. It's a little bit of truth, but it has a lie. So you don't eat from it at all. You don't listen to none of the teachers in the Bible because they're not even Christ. You wasn't supposed to listen to the darkness before the light came. That's what everyone has done. They listened to the darkness before the light came. So,
Hold on. You gotta
yeah.
speak for yourself when you say that, because I'm not a sinner. I'm not under no oath. I'm not under no, and I don't know if anybody else. But when you speaking, you gotta speak for yourself and say that you don't know. You came from the good or the evil or the trick. You can't speak for everybody else. Well,
On
speak for
Noah,
me.
on Noah, she's not speaking for you. If anything, she's speaking for herself, and she's speaking in general. Now, if the shoes don't fit, don't put it on, fam, and let her finish what she's saying before you cut her off. I would appreciate it.
Oh
Thank you.
no! I'm not cutting her off. I'm just getting an understanding on these words that she's using on the Bible, so I understand, because I have an understanding of what these words mean. Because when you saying certain things like the the tree of good and evil is something, most people might think that you're talking about a literally tree outside. And a tree, it ain't dealing with the way they talking. A tree means totally different than a tree that's outside. That's why I'm saying. So when she talking and saying the tree of good and evil, I gotta understand what she's talking about. That's all, bro. I ain't cutting her off.
All right,
Oh,
so
bro, that's
good
what
and
she was just explaining that.
so yeah, the tree though is the half truths that people are speaking. So what you were supposed to wait on was the Lord. Now, you told me when you came up, Mr. All Knower, you said, I don't know the full prophecy. Like, you don't know everything about the prophecy. You said that. So that would be a half truth. You can tell me a little bit of truth, about the prophecy, but
No, I don't believe in the
you
Bible.
don't have an actual testimony to the full
Yeah,
reality of everything that goes down.
I definitely
Huh?
don't. I definitely don't, mamas. I ain't got no fault. I'm not a believer. I don't believe in that. So it can't work on me. I don't have no
But
spirits inside of me. I'm not praying to no unalive entity. I'm not doing none of that. I never did, never will. So that you right. I don't have no testimony. I don't have no prophecy of the book. I don't have none of that. I just know the book.
brother, this is what I'm saying though. Because on one hand you're saying I'm not the one to teach. On one hand you're saying you're not a teacher. You don't have the full pie. You got pieces. On one hand, you're saying don't listen to me. And then on another hand, you're going in this Bible and you're teaching about it when you talked about women. Because a woman isn't even a woman in the still teach it because
Say
you
that
tell
again.
half
Hold
truths.
on. Say that again. A woman is not a what?
A woman's not a woman in the Bible.
Oh, you do understand that. Okay. Okay.
Like Mary. Mary's not a woman in the Bible. Mary birthed a nation.
Yeah, there
Mary
you
is a
go. She's a
spirit
temple.
that
You
birthed
on
a
point.
nation.
Okay, so
So
you
it's
do
not
know. You
like a
do know.
literal. So when it says like a lot of people try to use a woman should not suffer to teach, but that's not saying a literal woman should not teach or should not speak or whatever people say. That's a metaphor because a woman's not a woman. That a woman in the book is actually talking about a spirit. And again, people should not be speaking until they actually got to that other tree. That's the order.
Hold on,
That
mamas.
comes back to the order.
Hold on, mamas. What is the spirit? You gotta explain that. What is the spirit?
A spirit is a thought.
You positive that a spirit means thought?
Yeah,
The
because
spirit is
yeah.
evil. Spirit is the evil. The flesh. Spirit, evil, flesh, all that type. That's all evil stuff.
Okay, so you're teaching the Bible and I'm teaching the
No, I'm
Bible.
not teaching the. No, I'm not
You're
teaching the
telling me what a
Bible. No,
spirit
no.
is. You're telling
Oh, okay,
me.
and I'm telling you, this is not me not telling you what a spirit is. These are their words, and these are the words that they use. That's in Hebrew and Greek that they translate, and I'm going bar for bar, script for script. These are not my words. So anything that I'm saying out of my mouth is not me. The only thing I said out of my mouth is I leave the women and children alone. Everything else is from the Bible and their words and my studying.
All right, so brother, since you wanna put it like that, let's go to the written words in the Bible. And it's written, and no man in heaven nor in earth, neither under the earth, was able to open the book, neither to look thereon. So since you're so knowledgeable and understanding of the Bible, who was the one that unsealed it? Are you saying that's you? That's how you understand it because you unsealed it?
Come on, man. You making crazy claims, man. That Bible way older than me, man. Come on, man. Let's be for real with the topic, man.
Who unsealed it?
What type of question is that?
All right, brother. All you had to say was you don't know, brother.
No, of course I don't know. I just told you that. I just said that the Bible is way older than me. How would I sit there and say, Jesse, I got one for you. Jesse James did it. Then I'm right or wrong. That's how you talking to me. I'm
No,
talking real, real.
no. I think you're misunderstanding. We're bringing something out now. If you know about it, you wouldn't be conflicted the way you are. You wouldn't even be shaken right now. If
I
you
ain't
know what
shaking.
we know, hold on, oh Noah. I promise you, man. I'm not here to argue with you or back. I'm just making something very obvious. If you know what we know, you wouldn't be shaken. I'm not saying that you are, but think about it. If you know what we know, you would just be in agreement, right? He's bringing
Agreeing. No,
something
I don't
out
consent.
that
I
you
don't
should
consent.
be way from it.
I don't
You don't
consent.
consent in what?
Go ahead, finish
You
talking.
don't
I
consent
ain't.
in
Go ahead,
what?
finish talking. I just said I don't consent. Good. You good. You can finish talking.
I mean, my thing is consent in what? I mean, we can throw out elaborate, sexy
No,
words
I'm not
like that,
talking to. I'm
but
not talking
we,
to you, bro. I'm here. I got my kids and stuff like that. Go ahead, finish talking. I hear you, bro.
oh, okay, my bad. Oh, my bad, fam. I'm thought I would you was talking. My bad. So
Nah.
what
You
we're
gotta
saying
finish.
is,
Nah, just finish doing what you doing, man. I hear you, bro. I'm a good
okay,
listener, bro. Don't
okay.
worry. Don't worry about me, bro. Just go ahead and spit your knowledge.
So when he asked you those things, it wasn't about making you feel a certain way, because if it's obvious that you wasn't there back in the day to unseal the book, this is why we brought it out. See, it's obvious when we bring out scriptures like this, it will go against all types of teachings that we were taught up to this point, right? Like, who is worthy to claim the book? Right now, you're not going to tell us you're Christ. Are you going to know? All know? I'm not going to say I'm Christ. My fam up here, we ain't going to say we're Christ. Do we know the Christ? Now that would be a good question. Yes, we know the Christ, and we're not saying we know a Christ because we read a book. The fulfillment of what you read is more important than what you read. Remember that. I can write a letter to you right now and say, "Hey fam, next week we're going to be on a boat and we're going to be in Hawaii next week." But when next week come and I'm not calling you, or you're not on a boat going to Hawaii, you know it's just a letter, fam. So the fulfillment of the words is more important than preaching or teaching the words. This is why we're bringing it out, fam. That's all.
That's cool. That's cool, bro. That's cool. That's cool. That was what you call I guess knowledgeable for the class. Not for me though, but that was a good put together though. Other than that though,
Brother, what
anybody
we what the
hold on.
what the
Anybody
point of
reading
what
that?
the point of what we the point of what we saying is the book that
Okay.
you reading, the book that you
Okay.
say that doesn't even apply. I'm just gonna make the statement. I'll pass it right back to you. The
Okay,
book
boss.
that you reading that you say
Yes.
doesn't even really apply to you because you don't believe in it. Be
Yes.
careful with it because if you're not careful, you'll cut yourself.
Oh
That's
no,
what
I
we
don't
warning
play
you,
with that.
brother.
No, I don't be reading that book and doing that. I don't put that book in my life. None of that. No, I don't know. You right. I don't. I already know that thing got it's demonic. I already know. It's deal with the unalive. Everybody that's in that book is unalive. You definitely right about that, my boy. But other than that, though, right? So let's deal with this. Y'all believe in Jesus Christ or Jesus Christ is here today or whatever like that, right? So how do you feel about your Jesus, new or old, washing men's feet in the upper room? Anybody feel like reading that verse when he took the garment off and girded himself? John
But my
13.
But brother man, you already have your understanding. You said
No, no,
that's
no, no, no,
like
no,
you said that's like into washing a man's testicles. So what can we
no,
tell you that you already know?
no, 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 no. But tell the people that. Look, put these verses out for your followers to know. Okay,
But
Jesus. Hold on, hold on, listen to me.
if the people wanted to know, brother, they would ask.
But how could they know? Look, hold on.
If
Let's
you want to
talk.
know, then you ask for
Here we
yourself.
go.
Just
Here
like
we
you told
go
my
with
sister
y'all.
Talia, speak for yourself. We telling you the same thing. Speak for yourself. You ain't got to speak for
So
the
why you
people.
going around?
They can
Okay,
request and
so
come up on stage just like you.
okay. So why you going around spreading certain things that you want? So go around and spread that. Go around and say, yo, Jesus was washing feet in the upper room. Go around and spread that and see if people follow Jesus. Don't go and say Jesus did this and do Jesus did that. Go and say Jesus was in the upper room washing feet. Say that. Tell people that and see how many followers you get. I bet you
Well,
get all
no.
bougie. I bet you get all bougie
Hold
cats.
on, hold on, hold on. Oh no. What for one is, we haven't made a standpoint of bringing up Jesus in the upper room washing feet. You did. Now, if you want understanding of what
No,
that
okay, hold
means,
on.
or
Slow
what
down, slow
girded
down.
means,
So
oh, no,
hold on,
no,
hold
no,
on.
no, no, no. I want you to slow down. I haven't came off my mic yet. Only a few times, I'll know. Okay? You can't bring a standpoint up to us like we brought it up, fam. Don't do that. We didn't even make that standpoint. Actually, Joshua, did you make that standpoint up to him? Did you ask him or anything about what he's asking?
So what's
So,
the standpoint that
fam,
you
so
making to people?
hold on. When you talk to us, just like what you said, don't put words in our mouth. We're not making that standpoint, fam. Okay, now, if that's a question for you, because you can only speak for yourself, then speak for yourself, fam. Do you want to know what washing of the feet mean and what girded being mean? If not, fam, just say I don't know or I know. One of the two, fam.
Okay, that's cool right there. Okay, now my statement is I could care less what he was doing. That's number one, right? But all I'm saying is, right, when you go around like right now, right? She might, bless the lady, like y'all say, bless, she might be going around talking good about Jesus, right? Spreading the word like y'all doing, right? Y'all all right now spreading the word of Jesus. Oh, it's good, right? But you won't spread that part. So I'm here to say, oh, look, this is a part that y'all missing out. Why y'all ain't spreading this part? Because, y'all could do that by yourself, but leave the women and children alone. So when I bash pie and I hear y'all, young lady talking, the bright young lady talking, with a good head on her shoulder, but a little misunderstanding, I stop by because, I got daughters. I'm a grandpa. I just became a grandpa, a year and a half ago, and it's a blessing to see my granddaughter, and I got three daughters altogether myself, including my grand. That's four. So at the same time, I love my mom. I love my sisters. I love all women. Period. So when I see a young lady, I'm like, I stop by. Oh, damn. Let me holler at a young lady real quick.
But
But I
all nowhere,
understand.
all
No,
nowhere,
not.
you're lying though. Like
I did
you're
come by.
lying about why you're asking.
No.
That's
I'm not asking nothing.
deceptive.
Listen to what I'm saying, y'all. Mixing my story up. I'm not asking nothing. I'm not saying nothing. I'm saying if you're going around spreading things about Jesus, good things, then also spread that he was in the upper room with 12
All
disciples
nowhere.
washing feet.
All nowhere. You don't know about the upper room. You don't know about why we're up here with our movement. That's something that
No,
you
not
want to
you. No,
know.
no, no, no,
You're
no.
not being honest about the fact that you don't
No,
know and you want to
no,
know,
no,
so
no,
you
no,
won't
no. Listen
ask.
to me, mom. Listen to me, mama.
You're acting like you're trying to help us, but
No,
you're
no,
not
no,
being
not.
honest
Listen.
that we
It's
have
not
something
about
that you
y'all.
don't.
No. It's not about y'all. This is nothing to do with y'all personally. Nothing. I don't deal with. I just said I love people. I don't go against that. My thing is, if you saying something about Jesus, I don't care if you Christian, Catholic, whatever. Say everything. That's all I said. I ain't saying I'm trying to bring y'all down or bring y'all up. I'm just saying if you saying Jesus walked this earth, or he's still walking this earth and he's giving good ties and he's showing, oh, he is doing his thing, right? Also let people know that he was in bedroom, a room with one bed with 12 disciples washing their feet.
But
Say that
brother,
to people.
brother, if
Or
if
say, or
if
say,
if
or
if
or
Okay,
say
so if you're a
Jesus.
carpenter
No,
and someone comes over and you're building a house, are you finna listen to people who don't know nothing about carpentry tell you how to build the house that you're building?
nah. Before I do that, mamas, I gotta go and learn it myself before I get somebody to just go ahead and do that. That's one thing I'm gonna do. I don't
No,
know.
you're a carpenter. You're literally, you got the hammer in your hand and the all the carpenter tools. You're literally building a house already. But people who have no idea about carpentry come up to you, a professional, and try to tell you how you're supposed to do things. That's what that's how you look right
No, no,
now,
no, no, no. I ain't
because you're
telling y'all
trying
to
to
do.
tell us instead of just asking, hey, why are you making that type of measurement
All
instead of
right, let me.
just
Okay, I got one. All right, let's do this then. Let's do this then. Why aren't y'all preaching or teaching or spreading the word about that then? Let me ask you that. Be honest. Why you don't want people to know that he was doing that? Be honest.
What is your obsession with playing with people's feet, bro? Like it's like you're almost obsessing over this. Like what is it? What are you looking for about
Okay,
Yeah,
these feet?
let's go back. Let's go back. Let's go
that's a
back to
clear.
something else.
Hold on, real quick. That's a clear statement. And again, washing of the feet. If you knew anything of what we're talking about, our Christ does these things with the disciples all the time. Okay, but again, somehow you
So
got it
would
in
you
your
do it?
mind.
Okay, hold on, hold on. Would
Hold
you do
on.
it?
Just
Would
let
you
me get
do
it
it?
out. Let me get it out. But somehow in your mind, reading that verse, you have some twisted mythology, some twisted mythology that I would love to hear. What do you think washing of the feet mean, bro? Let's start there.
Let's start off with he did something without their permission. That's number one. Simon said, why are thy washing thy feet? So before
That's
we
that.
even talk about, hold
Hold on.
on. Let me
I,
finish.
I know
Before we
why
even,
Simon asked. Again, it was a question. It wasn't weird about it. Again, the disciples wanted to know, why did we have to wash our feet? Again, this is a preparation for you to actually follow God. These are parables, allegories, fam. Again, I'm asking a clear distinction of what washing the feet is. You want to go all the way to the weird lane. I want you to stay focused. All no. Now I'm asking again, if there's some mythology about washing the feet, please be more clear about what you know of washing the feet is. So we understand at least what your perception is and what you think washing of the feet is.
okay. We ain't even got to get into that part, but basically, when they doing that, basically Jesus is making a contract. They basically making a contract, a covenant. They under oath. You know, he married them. Basically, they don't got nothing to do with what he was doing. I can care less what he was doing. I just told you that. That don't mean nothing to me. But why? My thing is, why y'all leave them type of parts out? Why people
no,
don't know
we're
this?
not
Hold on.
leaving. We're not leaving nothing out though. We're
So who
not.
knows that?
You
So
just
hold on. Let me ask you a question. So who knows? Do your followers? Do y'all go around telling, okay, Jesus made oath with his 12 disciples like this? Do y'all go around and do anybody know this?
All knower. We
No, I'm
just
not
sat
talking about.
here and we just tried to explain it to you. And again, my sister was going to explain it to you.
Hold on,
Talia, did you want
y'all
to?
not
Oh,
letting
no,
me talk. No,
no,
y'all
no,
not letting.
no,
Y'all
no.
not letting me.
Again, I asked you a
We have to
clear
keep talking about
distinction
feet.
of what washing the feet is, but you're not making a clear distinction. Okay, we know what the parables mean. Everybody read it, bruh. Everybody know it's a preparation and a covenant. You're making it very, very weird. So, Talia, did you want to finish up with him so we can give people the real understanding of washing their feet and why the disciples had to be prepared this way?
And then can I do it? She could go first, and then I'll do it second.
brother. Okay, it's saying this is the new heaven and new earth that we are walking into when we was talking about we're building a house. So the whole world is literally finna be in heaven. Heaven is coming down to earth. It was never in the sky. It's happening on the earth. And this is through the works of real people. Christ first. So it's like he's building this house. You gonna come into the house. You can't come in with all them idols. Why are you washing my feet? Oh, they was dirty, bro. You know that this is holy grounds that we building. So that's what the washing of the feet is. You know, you can't actually enter if you won't let him wash your feet. You know, you can't come in with you can't walk around the Father's house with shame. If you're gonna have half truths about trying to teach people about things that you never seen, you know, you're speaking from you're speaking from a place of dirtiness.
That's clearly simply telling you that we speak about it. If she can clearly give you understanding, that means we've been talking about it, fam. So stop talking to us like we're not talking to people about scriptures, about prophecy, or what's going on. Don't do this, all no. You can ask, but don't tell us nothing.
Facts. Keep spreading. You're right. Go ahead. I'm listening.
Yeah, so it's all about renewing other people's minds so that we can come together. You know, that's literally all it's about. It's a work site that's happening right now, literally. You know, but yeah, your feet need to be washed for you to like that. That's simply because we're telling you Christ is on earth, washing our feet. You know,
Okay.
so
Okay. Now, right? Even though we ain't gonna go this and that. Do people do your followers or the people that y'all talk to? You know, I ain't gonna say followers, just the people that y'all have conversations with. Do they know that feet means gentles in Hebrew? Do you tell them that?
well, it wouldn't be about the translations. Like my brother said earlier, the fulfillment is way more important than the paper and the pen. So we're the fulfillment, you know, like we're actually the ones with the washed feet. So it don't matter what type of language is thrown, because we're the ones who are actually making the world a new place.
Hold on, mamas. You not a man. You do not have feet.
Brother, your feet weren't. That's the whole point. You still have shame. You still have dirtiness. You still know that you don't know everything about this prophecy.
No.
So
What I'm saying is,
you still double talk.
okay.
You still double talk. You're trying to tell
That's
me
it.
I
No.
don't have feet, but you shouldn't be trying to tell me nothing.
Yeah, let me bring some clarity on what my
Hold
sister
on.
is
Can
saying
I
real
finish?
quick.
Why I can't finish my story about the feet?
Well, you can, because think about
She
how
did
you.
her thing.
Hold on. You can. I'm about to give it right back to you all. No,
All right,
I
good.
promise.
You the man.
So you understand my sister here, right? When the Creator created us as men and women, He didn't give us a name as man or woman. This is something that we just conceptualized and made ourselves. The Creator, when it looks at man and woman, it's one creation. When you say man, you say woman. When you say father, you say mother. So when the Creator looks at its creation, it don't give you fantastical names like a dog, a cat, a bird, a sky, a ground. These are conceptions that man does. The Creator don't even look at creation like this. This is why when she keep on iterating that when it comes to God, she can speak. She can speak, fam. Okay. Again, God don't look at you as a man and call you a man. It doesn't do that. It doesn't call her a woman. When it looks at us,
I
it's
thought we was
one
building. I
creation.
thought we
Hold
was
on, I'm
building on
almost
a joint
done.
disciple.
Hold on, no. I know most people don't come to this. Most people don't hear it like this. I'm not saying it to convince you. I want you to consider what's being said. The creator, when it looks at creation, didn't have to call everything all these goddamn names. It allowed you to do this, okay? Because it created creation for you. You are part of creation. You are not the creator. The creator, in a sense, when it looks at creation, it didn't have to give everything fantastical names. I'm sorry, fam. So what you're doing, you're philosophizing what the creator would do when it comes to the creation. She has every right to speak on God's behalf because God sent her. Again, most people think that God sends everybody. God do not operate like this. Again, this is why we emphasize that when you talked about a woman within the scriptures, that had nothing to do with a physical woman at all. Again, Mary was considered wisdom within the writings, within the readings. So understand what we're saying. This has nothing to do with your thoughts about what scriptures or what spirituality is. It's what God sends down here through people, and they are telling you the whole truth about God. Will you listen?
Yeah, brother. Like we said, you can definitely go to the website so you can get a better understanding of where we're coming from. If you still have questions, do you have any more questions?
No, because I have a few, but I know that y'all y'all kind of crafty, not crafty to me, but y'all crafty to the people with the word play back, and y'all ain't sticking to the script of saying the translation of these words, but because the Bible is not in English. It's Hebrew, Greek. But you got to translate these words and put these words and everything back and forth. But y'all want to stick to the because I hear the brothers also they talking and they also know what they doing. They know that there's no women in the Bible. They understand that it's all men because they clearly said it out their mouth, so they know that So there's a lot of things.
Brother, so, okay,
Hold on,
you're just confused
good,
because you don't understand.
good.
Like you're speaking for how you feel about a prophecy. We're speaking about us fulfilling the prophecy. We're literally the ones that you read about. We're the ones you talk about if you don't know. Even if you don't know, it's still us. We're the ones who's doing it. Everybody has an opinion about, everybody just has an opinion, but nah, like you was waiting on somebody to fulfill this prophecy, so we're telling you what we're doing. It's just a whole different, So this isn't about your opinion. This is about who's gonna come together and recognize that work needs to be done, and who's gonna find their position in it and play it. But you don't have no more questions, so we appreciate you coming up on nowhere.
Cool,
And
that's
peace and
cool.
blessings to you.
I don't consent though, but cool.
All right. How do you not know that Cordell is the Messiah?
Well, God, the Almighty,
Yeah.
it
Eh,
opened our eyes and our ears
oh.
so that when the truth was spoken, we wanted to accept it more than we wanted to fight it because it's the
Why?
truth.
Ask yourself why. Why did you want to feel special? Why did you want to become a saint? Why is it that you are the people that are fulfilling the prophecies? Ask yourself that.
Well, no, you're mishearing. It's not. We didn't want the
Of course, I'm
The
listening.
feeling of being special. The truth is what's special. So we didn't want to fight the
Truth is
truth. We
universal. The
wanted
truth
to
is
let the
experienced
truth
by
be
all things.
brother. So when someone does okay, you know how they say believe well what's it say? Don't it's a saying or whatever. Don't believe what people say. Let their actions speak for them, right? So what's
So
more
what
important? Was
actions have
someone
spoken for him? Go ahead.
yeah, so it would never be about wanting to feel like I'm this type of person, wanting to tell people I'm this type of person.
But
It
all
would
you're
be
saying is
about the
words.
reality. Hold up, you hold up. You wanna attack.
But
You didn't. If you just if you want to
it's
debate,
because
you
I'm
have to,
allergic. I'm
brother,
allergic to the word diarrhea that you lot bring out,
brother.
and you think that that's gonna like make some kind of point.
Hey.
It's
I'm not.
ridiculous. This is
I
psychology.
don't.
You lot are doing.
Hey, I don't know how to pronounce your name. If you want to challenge us, you should at least let us hang ourselves, right? If we're so wrong, let us get it out so all the people know why we're wrong. Because right now it looks like you're just trying to keep us from getting the truth out. So let us finish what we're saying. None of us wanted to be the good guy. We just wanted the good guy to win. So when we seen that the good guy was winning, we didn't want to fight the good guy. We wanted to support him. That's why we are who we are. That's how we know he's Christ. Because we didn't want to fight the truth. We rejoice that it was finally told to us because we didn't know what the truth was. Like, no, we admitted we didn't know who God was and we did not know who Christ was or none of that. So it could be told to us and we could, we were humble to it.
Okay. You finished?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Nothing you've said has explained why Cordell is the Messiah and someone else who comes and says, I am the Messiah is not. Not a single thing you've said has actually explained why Cordell is the Messiah and another man isn't. So explain why he is the Messiah. Not why you chose to believe that he's the Messiah. Explain why he is undeniably, evidently, in reality, the Messiah. Go ahead.
Well, brother man, if you didn't hear what she said, then what she's going to say to you is not going to strike your ear or convince you. She was very elaborate enough on why she felt Yaju, or who you call Cordell, is the Messiah or not the Messiah. Again, young man, haven't you heard us many times and tell people we are not here to convince you? But somehow you want to carry a spirit up here, want to demand that we convince you somehow. If you had the Spirit of God, you would have a certain type of discernment with us, and you would know that, again, Talia would be called by God. And I just want to ask you, young man, when you talk to Talia of all that, do you feel in your heart of heart that God can't use her?
The fact that we breathe and do
You wanted
anything
to know
means we're
proof.
being used by
Hold
God.
on, hold on, fam. Hold on,
Okay.
fam. You wanted to know proof. I'm walking you down some proof that you can hang on to. So please forgive me. I'm not sitting here using profanity against you. I'm not cursing you, and I'm not using big words with you. You wanted to know proof. I'm asking, when you talk to Talia, my sister, your sister, do you feel in your heart of hearts that God can't use her, fam?
You said you're going to give me proof, and now you're asking me a question. Give me proof.
I'm asking.
Give me
Because the
proof.
proof you wanted.
You're trying to put
Again,
me
so
in a fault.
you yourself, because you have to show yourself approved right now. Again, I can't give you nothing that you don't want to receive, fam. Like I can give you a glass of water, but if you're not willing to drink it, all it's going to do is sit there in a glass. Now I'm asking you if you want proof, and please don't act like this is driving you crazy. This is just a understanding, right? Again, are you saying in your heart of hearts when you talk to Talia that God can't use her. That should be challenging your literal thought right now, fam. And I'll shut my mic off because somehow you want to get it
Okay,
out.
so when we talk about things that are real in reality, backed by evidence, the best thing we can look at is science. And I know science seems to everyone, science seems to conflict with spirituality, but it doesn't. Science is based on logic. If a scientist makes a claim, there are a bunch of scientists that think that that scientist is wrong, and they will refute the claim. But the way we know something is true is if you can replicate it in reality and you can observe the evidence in reality. So I'm asking you for undeniable, replicatable proof that Cordell is the Messiah. And if you can't give me that, he is not. And you are in a
I got
delusion
you.
and
I
it's
got you.
psychology.
I got you. I will use your plausible answer because this is a scientific method that you're opposing here because you're a scientist, right? Hey, Joshua, what do you feel about Yaju Judah? Can you testify right now to this young man who he is?
Yaju Judah is the Son of Man. He's the cornerstone that all the builders refuse.
Now, Talia, can you tell this young man how you feel about Yaju Judah and who he is to you?
Yeah, he's Christ. He's the one who you know, all these prophecies was about that Christ. So that's something that I see it.
Now, for me, I'm going to tell you he the Christ. And I just did a scientific method that you just described, a repeatable fact, but you don't want to accept it, do you, scientists? Do you, scientific method person? Again, God don't deal with goddamn scientific method or principles or mathematics. Are you fooling yourself? This is why you lack to understand the Spirit of God. Fam, I asked you a simple question and you couldn't answer it for the people. When you talk to Leah, fam, she's real. She's a real live person. Remember what you said in your scientific method? So it could be plausible, something that you can see, touch, and feel, right? You can see, touch, and feel what Yaju is saying and Talia right now. But you didn't hear none of our actual testimonies. So what are you going to do with your scientific method right now? Because I just crushed it. It's talking about hitting a home run.
Wait there.
You know,
Let
when
me
you
speak
step
now.
up to the plate. No. Hold on. I'm going to give you a time to speak on this. Again, you brought up a scientific method where the repeating cause. I know what that is, fam. I do this in real life. You just a young man. I'm about 54 years old. Okay. Again, I'm pretty sure you believe in gravity, huh? And the mythology of gravitrons. I'm gonna let you know. Let that go. That's whack. But the real thing when it comes here, she's real. She gave you a testimony. We gave you a testimony. Again, the Bible that you read, occurring factor that what you would do. You would deny the prophets. You would deny the messenger. You would deny the people that God sent to you. And you would use all these things against him, right? All your wizardry, all your mathematical nonsense. Brother man, we're here to have a conversation to you about real people, about doing real things. Now, if you want a scientific method type of, school, you can go to college for that. If you want parameters in your ethologies or mythologies, again, they got universities for that. We are here building a nation. So can you at least focus on that?
You're done, yeah? And I swear, every time I get muted, you're just proving what I'm saying is threatening to your little ideologies. But when I'm talking
What are
about
your beliefs when it comes to matters of God?
it's
Let's
not
learn
about
more about you.
beliefs. It's not about beliefs. It's about knowing.
Well, where do you
difference.
stand? Well, relax, brother. It's all right. What are your understanding when it comes to matters pertaining to God?
That's not what I'm here to challenge you. You're not you're not gonna drag me into your little dichotomies. I'm not doing that.
Man, if you want to challenge us, be prepared to answer.
Let me address
questions.
what Danny said. Yeah.
You understand what you understand? Do you understand what Judgment Day is?
Oh, forget it. Let me address what Danny said before you swarm me with your illogical fallacies, okay? Let me address what Danny said, yeah?
So asking you a question is an illogical
And let
fallacy.
me... So I can't address what someone just said to me, a whole paragraph of what someone just said to me, because now I've got to address you and your nonsense. Listen,
I mean, you
let
can
me
do what
address
you want to
Danny
do.
first,
You know,
and
you
then
can
I'll
do what
address
you want to
you.
do. Just
Wait your
just
turn.
relax, brother.
Wait your turn. Wait your turn. Okay. Danny, you said you just decomposed my scientific method. Do you know how many people say the earth is flat? Do you know how many people say this and that? And just because they say it, what is it true? Is that what you think science is? Science is not, it's not a religion. We observe reality and we make inferences based on what is done. And what is done is we do experiments, bro. We look at reality and we do experiments and we make inferences on reality. You can't even experiment on Cordell because all you have to rely on is what he says, his words. That's your
No,
your
that's not,
entire
what not,
reality is built
no.
on his
That's not
words.
what we just say. Again, that's just what you do, teacher. Again, you as a scientific method or a scientist, there's a fallacy in your scientific method. Again, you even said it, right? You experiment. You have to have a scientific method to come to a principle and a fact to make it law. Not all your scientific method is plausible or law, fam. What are you talking about? You observe the natural order through science. You destroy that through your observation of science, fam. What are you talking about? And you want to come up here raising your voice at me like your scientific method is the king dingaling of what we talking about? Fam, you need to just slow down.
My
Talia's
scientific
trying to
method is
talk to you.
reality.
Hold on,
That's
fam.
why I can say
Talia's
what I'm...
trying to talk to you, right? And it looked like you about to lose your mind. My brother ain't even using big words. It looked like you about to lose your mind. Again, bruh, maybe this is not a conversation for you. You might want to just stay in the universities where you at. We're just talking about people coming together, and you're telling us that it's not plausible about what we see. You're telling us that we're fake. We're not real people. Again, we're your AI system, right? You're not really talking to real people, and we're not really doing real things. So again, your scientific method lacks when it comes to me or even explaining what I'm going to do. I will fund your scientific method, bruh. I just judo tossed it out of the goddamn ring because I got the power of God to do this. Now, for you, I know it hurts you because you want to lay everything you know on scientific principles, methods, and observing. Well, if that was truly the fact, then you observe us right now. You see us what we doing, and we're just not talking, fam. So again, you throw us out like we got to fit in your parameters of your science. Fam, we are the science. We don't fit in your parameters because we are the ones that created it, fam. And look how you laugh at it. King, this is not a joke. See, this is why
trying
I
to
know you
say?
don't have no love for your people or what you even talking about, fam. You are a colonizer with a colonizer mindset. You got people that look like you are pushing forward through all the bullshit, and look how you are. You can't even have a decent conversation with us at all. Hey, Joshua, do you want to go on with the brother? Because his scientific method, I'm cool with it.
I
I'm
told
not
you
going
to
to
prove
discuss
Cordell is the
no
Messiah.
scientific method
Well,
with
That's
hold
you.
all I
up, because I
said.
want to know. Hold
I
up,
said
hold
prove
up.
We
it.
already
I
did,
I
said
just
bro.
want
prove
to
it.
know
We already did.
one thing because you came up here with the scientific method, bro. Like,
I said prove Cordell
hold
is
up,
the
bro. Hold
Messiah.
up. Just,
Prove he is the
hold
Messiah.
up, bro, because they don't even want to talk to you. So I don't know why you on at me. The
Bruv,
scientific method that you're talking about, there's steps to it, and I don't remember it. But when it comes to the scientific method of the Bible, it's about a flesh and blood order on earth. Like the scientific method, you got a queen bee and you got bees. That's how you know it's a hive. Because everybody is playing their position, so it's actually a whole hive. We already come with our clear proofs of the prophecy. We come with the word made flesh that gives man and woman the right to speak on behalf of God. We come with the order, the one to make the many. You are the one who like my brother Danny said, you fail with this scientific method. You haven't proven your Christ. Your Christ
How
isn't
was your phone
speaking.
made?
Your Christ isn't. You're worried about our Christ because you can't find yours.
How was your phone made? I've spoken to Christ. How was your phone made?
Where is he? Because I want to speak to him.
How was your phone made?
Brother.
Because you like
We
to talk
already,
down on the
brother.
scientific method like it's nothing, but your whole reality is because of it.
Brother. You deny the scientific method. We don't deny the scientific method.
When did I?
You
Huh?
deny the order of God. We don't deny the order of God.
I don't
You
deny the order
order
of God at all. I love God. I love God with all of my being and my essence. You
don't.
don't say things you don't know about me.
You fail to deny yourself for the order of God.
What?
Every time in the book, you had to listen to the firstborn of many brethren to gain the spirit
Who's
that
me?
the firstborn has, correct?
What do you say? You said you had to do this and that. What? Who are you talking to? That's not me.
I'm talking about that. That's what I mean by you're denying the order. You're saying that's not me.
No, because
But
you're
every
saying I
time in
did
the
this and I
book,
did that. You're not talking to me.
brother,
That's incorrect.
every time in the book, the people had to listen to the firstborn of their brethren, or else they were stuck with their own
So I'm
idols,
the people and what are you?
correct?
So I'm the people and what are you? So this is in group and out group. This is
Brother,
psychology.
why are you so worried about
Psychology.
me? Look at yourself.
I've looked long and hard at myself.
Brother. So okay. Forget about you and me. Focus on the book. That's what I'm asking about.
You do
I'm not
realize I've
asking
seen
about-
Cordell deny the
Hey,
book so
stop
many
saying-
times. I've
That's
seen.
the last time I'm gonna mute you, sir. Stop arguing. Every time in the book, forget about you and me. Every time in the book, so we can stand on the principles. Every time in the book, you had to listen to a firstborn of many brethren for you to speak on behalf of God, to know God, to witness God. Don't you agree that all the stories mention a high priest who gave authority?
A high priest. Yeshua.
Yes, correct. Not just Yeshua, also Moses, also Noah, also
The eternal
Jonah.
high priest of the order of Melchizedek, Yeshua.
Not just Yeshua, also was Moses called the high priest?
But let's talk about right now. It's written, the eternal high priest of the order of Melchizedek.
I know all that, but you're skipping the line. I'm just trying to get a standpoint with you because every time in the book, it wasn't always Yeshua. Yeshua wasn't there when it came to Moses. Aaron and Miriam had to listen to Moses. They couldn't listen to Yeshua.
Are we living back then?
Noah's family couldn't listen to Noah. Couldn't listen to Yeshua. They had to listen to Noah.
Yeah.
So don't you agree? All throughout the book, it was always a high priest mentioned to pour out the Spirit to his many brethren.
Until Yeshua, yes.
Okay, so we agree there. So Yeshua is going to be the last one. So this Yeshua that the world is waiting on will be the last one, the last Messiah. No more fixing because the fixing is fixed, right?
Yeshua came. He's been here.
But you're still trying to convince your neighbor.
I'm not convincing anyone of anything.
Brother,
can I go back to my first question, please? Please.
I'm gonna just say this and then you can. The same Yeshua that you're waiting on is already here, but you're in deep denial, just like many people,
I know
that the
he's
wait
here.
is over.
Oh, I know he's here, and I know he's not Cordell. But can I? Okay, you've said.
If when y'all want to say Cordell, why don't y'all just say CJ? Come
Because
why
I
don't
don't
y'all
want
just
to.
admit that he's Christ?
Hey, so you said Yeshua was already here. The Christ was already here. That's
Yeah,
what you know.
I know that.
So use your scientific method and give us proof for somebody that you never seen or never heard.
Oh, there's an abundance of proof. There's archaeology. There's all kinds of texts from non-religious sources that reference a man who was crucified for
You
preaching.
got a grave site. You got a grave site to go with that too.
I don't. Why are you trying to make the criteria for evidence when the criteria for evidence has been met? The consensus in science is that yes, Yeshua existed. That is the consensus.
Who started the conversation about proof and evidence?
Me, and I'm talking about Cordell, not Yeshua.
Yeah, well, we're meeting you where you at, brother. You know,
No,
and that's why
I'm
I'm
try-
asking you these questions. You say that you know for a fact that Christ was already here. So give us evidence. Do you have a grave site? Do you have a body? Do you have bones? Yeah, give us
So
evidence.
are you trying to affirm that Yeshua didn't exist or that he did exist? What are you trying to do?
I never seen nobody that I haven't seen with my physical eyes and heard with my physical
So
ears.
you don't
I'm only
believe the scripture
35
then?
years old.
You don't
The
believe that
scriptures are
Yeshua
true. It's man's timing and interpretations of the scripture that's false.
So you don't believe in Yeshua?
I believe Christ. Christ is here in the flesh, the Messiah.
That's a Greek word.
Some
I'm
people,
talking about
they
Yeshua.
got all different type of names for him, brother. What I'm saying is the one who the book was written about, the Savior, the one who would save the world, the mediator between God and man. He is here now in the flesh, and that is Yaju Judah.
Prove it.
Can you prove that he's not?
I don't need to. The burden of proof is on you. You've made the claim.
Exactly.
Do you understand
So
logic?
so this is what you're doing. This is exactly how the enemy did.
I'm being logical, but go
This
on.
is exactly no. This is exactly the illustration that came out when Christ was being tempted. The one that you call Messiah, whatever you want to call. You know who I'm talking about when I say Christ. And when he stepped to him, he said, "If you be the Son of God, cast yourself down, and your angels will encamp about you and save you." See, this is what people like you do. You look for a sign, just like the wicked and adulterous generation that it was written about. You look to tempt the Lord your God. And that's exactly what the Messiah's response is. So anytime folks like you come around, we know that you're not really looking to see him for yourself.
I've
You're actually
spoken to
just
him,
trying
my
to,
brother.
you actually subverting the conversation.
My
Instead of
brother,
just saying you want to prove that hold on, I'll say this and then I'll pass it back to you. Instead of just saying he's not the Christ and I have proof, you subvert the conversation and try and wiggle your way out. And that's the reason why we can't really take you serious, brother. And that's why you
My
can't see
brother.
what we see, because these
My
things were
brother.
not taught by man. These words are spirit taught words.
My brother, first of all, there have been many like you who have seen a man claim to be the Messiah, followed him till his death, and nothing has come out of it. That's not my point. Let me get to my point, okay? I have spoken to Yeshua. That also isn't my point. So I personally have my own experience with Yeshua. I don't need to make that known to you, but you are the people who have made the claim that Cordell is the Messiah. And so
Oh, you said
the
you
burden
said you
of
spoke
proof-
you spoke to Yeshua?
Yes, just like Paul.
When do you how did his voice sound?
Brother, it's incomprehensible. It's not something that is it's beyond knowing.
Let me ask you this. Was it an audible voice?
Yes, fully.
So you heard an audible voice speaking to you.
Fully audible. Made full sense.
And what did he instruct you to do?
He instructed me to continue on my path and to follow in righteousness and in truth and in spirit. And how am I sitting here and falling into your trap of trying to make it about me? This isn't about me.
Did
It's about Cordell.
Yeshua send you out to judge the world?
No, brother,
Yes
I
or
can't
no?
even judge myself. How can I judge the world? What?
Okay, did you not know that the Lord's people shall judge the world?
The nations, yes. I'm not the nations.
No. Did you not know that the Lord's people shall judge
And let me guess,
the
you're the Lord's
world.
people. You're the Lord's people, innit?
You want me to show it to you?
Let me guess, you're the Lord's people. I don't need to. I do not need you to show me the scripture.
Hey, brother, relax. Relax. I mean, I'm
But,
cool. Look at
but,
me, bro.
but
I'm chilling, relax. Look at you. All
I've
right?
been.
Relax, brother.
Do you know why I get frustrated?
you said you spoke to Yeshua. I asked you, did Yeshua send you to judge the world? You said no. But Christ sends out the saints to judge the world. That's the whole point of being a part of the Lord's people.
So you think that Yeshua is only speaking to people to anoint people into judgment? That he comes to judge. Yeshua
Brother
is the
man,
judge.
1 Corinthians chapter 6, verses 1 through 2.
Go ahead.
If any among you has a dispute with one another, do you dare take it before the ungodly for judgment instead of before the Lord's people? Or do you not know that the Lord's people will judge the world?
When?
How do you handle your disputes?
When will that happen?
How do you handle your disputes?
When will that happen?
You see what I'm saying? You know, if you don't want to answer the question, just say you don't know. You know, or
my brother, you're making questions that aren't even relevant to the reason I'm up on this thing. I'm here, and I've plainly asked, how do you know Cordell? The first thing Danny said was, how do you feel? How do you feel about Cordell? It's not about feeling. How do you know beyond doubt that Cordell? I'm asking this like something's going to change, like you're finally going to start thinking rationally and logically. But I just know that you're all just going to keep doing the same thing where you try and put the person in a box, you try and make the criteria your criteria, and you try and make them fall, you try and cut them. It's always about cutting, innit? Or, brother, how do you know Cordell is the Messiah? How?
You asked for clear proofs, and I'm going to make this very short. If you're not a witness of your Lord and Jesus Christ, how can you tell us who is Christ and who is not? And you're not a witness to your own Christ. Again, you fail to understand. You want us to keep on saying, how do we know? How do we know? God allowed us to know, like he allowed Peter and Paul and Daniel to know.
You're special,
you
innit?
right now,
You're special.
You are just, I know you acting real special, fam. Real special right now. Go ahead and pull your hair out, somewhere else, fam. I think we've given you enough. You keep on asking us for clear proof. We have given you clear proof. We've given you many testimonies
Where's
with
the
instructions within the Bible. You said your Yeshua came. You haven't even witnessed your Yeshua in telling us that we need to have clear proofs. And you haven't even witnessed your Lord and Savior. Again, we're going to tell people, we witness Yaju do these things. We are the witnesses that God made.
For the
Yeah,
folks
this
that's in the
colder and colder every day.
It do. And for the folks in the comments that just witnessed what happened, notice how he came up here relying on human wisdom in order to understand spiritual matters. So regardless of what we shared with him at the end of the day, he wouldn't have been able to receive it. And this is why. In 1 Corinthians chapter 2, verses 13 through 15, who knows the mind of Christ? And it's written, this is what we speak, not in words taught to us by human wisdom, but in words taught by the Spirit, explaining spiritual realities with Spirit-taught words. The person without the Spirit does not accept the things that come from the Spirit of God, but considers them foolishness. Didn't the brother consider everything we were saying foolish? And cannot understand them because they are discerned only through the Spirit. The person with the Spirit makes judgments about all things. Did not my brother Danny make judgments about all things spiritual and physical? Did not we go there and meet him where he at every single point in the conversation? But such a person is not subject to merely human judgments. And that's why the things that brother was saying, they had no weight on my brother Danny. They have no weight on none of us. So these are things we're not making up. This is the will of God. And this is why if you're not careful, it's going to cut you. If you don't have the mediator to interpret it for yourself. You know, so y'all witnessing, that's exactly what just happened.
Yeah. And it's like, you know, what Brother Danny was asking about how you know, can't God use us? Like, you know, if one of us is right, if you think you so right, you think that we're being used by the devil. You know, oh yeah, my Yeshua is the truth. Everybody else is wrong because of my Yeshua, the one that I believe in. And I can't wait until he gets here to confirm everything that I believe about him. He's going to come and he's going to confirm everything I've been teaching, everything I've been prophesying. He's going to say, good job. You've been telling the truth about me. Like, he's the proof that he's looking for. All the haters, all the naysayers that say, y'all don't show no proof, y'all don't show no proof, y'all the proof also. We wasn't gonna know Christ was saying was so impactful. We didn't know it was actually God's presence until the moths started gathering. It's gonna attract a crowd, but it's not gonna anoint a crowd. It's not gonna choose a crowd. No, in which y'all Christ, I didn't see y'all Christ. Y'all Christ wasn't the finisher of nothing. So when we here putting in the work to finish it, oh, he ain't who he says he is. Get in line. Samuel AOG put in the comments. Samuel, he's a naysayer. He said, "Blessed are those who do not see, but they believe." You know, he's trying to act like because y'all haven't seen the Christ that you believe in, that, you know, you're more blessed because you haven't seen the Christ that you're talking about and preaching about. You're more blessed because you haven't seen it. But it's crazy because you don't actually believe in Christ. You don't actually believe in God, Samuel. I'm gonna invite you up. You don't actually believe in God or Christ because you're telling God or Christ that he has to move on your time. You don't actually believe in the Spirit of God to move man in God's ways. You don't actually believe. You're trying to dictate. Like, this stuff is really simple, y'all. It's like if Christ were to come, he would have to be the first one to speak about himself. Ain't we all waiting on the fullness of God? Like all the half truths are getting tired. all the half stepping, I'm a sinner, but come listen to me. I don't know everything, but I'm gonna lead a whole congregation, and you can come to me with everything that all your questions about God, come to me. But I don't know everything though, so I mean, I could be deceived, but I'm still I'm gonna still put myself at this position because but God put me there, but I put myself there. That stuff is so old. That stuff is bad news, but it's what's the most popular. It's the most respected. It's the most desired. Christ is about to be the first person to speak for himself, or he's the first person who speaks for himself, because the whole world, us, y'all, did not let him be the first person to speak for himself. Now look at all this confusion that the man has to clear up. Now that he's really here. Because he is really here. He's manifested. And there's so much confusion he has to clear up. Because ain't nobody let him speak for himself first. And the people who did, these are just people who didn't care about being teachers about God. It's okay, well, if God's gonna show up, or not even that. People who, when God shows up, they're actually just gonna accept God. They're not gonna fight facts.
There's a scripture. It's written that, I did not come to destroy the law, but to fulfill it. And this is why we emphasize that word fulfillment so much, because what we've done is just gone out and appointed ourselves scholars. That's why we were in darkness, because we couldn't see the fulfillment of God's will. All we could do was just puff ourselves up and act like we know it. But we haven't received anything. Like when people say that, I prayed to God and I was short on my rent and he sent me the rent money. But, that's a lie. That money came from somewhere. Came from somebody's pockets. It came from somebody's bank account. It came from somebody's pockets. It came from somewhere. Either that or it was just pardoned on behalf of your landlord and you just didn't have to pay it. But these make-believe things that we continuously lie to ourselves, this is what creates like the sickness in our mind. Like actually talking to yourself and believing that somebody is literally talking to you back when no one isn't. But that's the sickness we've been conditioned in. These are the things that the Messiah wants to fish us out of. These are the things that we're drowning in. This defiled information and these lies. Some of us won't accept it the first go around. And if you notice, one of the many differences between us and the churches tell you, if you don't receive what I'm telling you, are you going to hell? They'll tell you that. Like if you don't accept the message from the man of God, if you don't pay your tithes, if you don't do X, Y, and Z, you're going to hell. They scare you into accepting the truth. This is how you know it's the real thing. We don't scare you into believing you're going nowhere. It's just exactly how the will of God states. You'll simply be the least in the kingdom. Everybody's going to be there. Just some things to think about, y'all.
Samuel, you always fail to prove how the Holy Spirit gave you anything. You always fail to prove how you spoke to Jesus. God isn't the author of confusion. Whoever God is dealing with, it'll be made clear. We have no reason to believe you when you say that Jesus talked to you. We have no reason to believe that you're not lying. We have no reason to believe that. He said the free gift of the Holy Spirit is accepting Jesus Christ as your Lord and Savior. What Jesus Christ? You're making Jesus Christ letters on a name tag. What Jesus Christ? How can I accept letters on a name tag that you say? I'm not in your mind when you say Jesus Christ. How am I supposed to tap into what you tapping into just because you saying it? God is not the author of confusion. I'm not going to have to listen to a sinner tell me about Jesus Christ for him to talk to me and make me the same old sinner that you are. That's confusion. A sinner is someone who speaks lies on God. You're still speaking lies on God, but you're still speaking on God. So, brother, we don't want the people, the children of God, we don't want the Jesus that you're talking about. We want the real one. We don't want the salvation that you say that you gave us. We don't want that salvation that you be talking about. We don't want that cross that you be talking about. Cause it's double-minded. You're telling us you don't know if you're telling us you don't know if you're still going to heaven. What is that about? How are you saved, but you don't know if you're going to heaven or not?
A lot of times, y'all think that we wasn't in that same position as you. Like there's some of us, not many, but there's some of us who was in the churches where you're at. And we were actually behind the microphones, preaching and talking on behalf of God when he didn't send us out. We know what it does to you. How in one mind, you feel like you're holy, you feel like you're a worker of God, but in another mind, you have this sickness developing in your mind. And the things you think about, the things you want to do, they're not of God. But you lie to yourself even more and say, this is why people have to believe in being covered by the blood of Christ. They don't know. They have to believe it. Because that's the only way they can somehow find a way to sleep with themselves at night. You have to lie to yourself in order to ignore all the wondering thoughts that you have. So you tell yourself, I believe I'm covered by the blood of Christ because it's written in a book. But in your heart, you don't. That's why you still fear hell. And you might be a great actor. You might be very well at hiding these things. But you can't hide them from yourself. And the longer you do it, the greater that sickness becomes. And the spiritual has a way of manifesting in the physical. And you spend too long lying and unaliving others with the truth. Before you know it, those things actually start occurring in the physical. Yeah, we were there too. But we accepted salvation. We accepted grace. Why? Because we admitted we didn't know. We wasn't sure. We didn't mind being knocked off our high horse. This is how we get to this point. This is how we got to eternal rest. Not because it looked fancy and shiny and glimmery and because we wanted to be puffed up. Hell, we didn't even know that this would make us saints and angels. I've never thought about nobody even remotely referring to me as no saint or angel. We did this for rest, for peace of mind. And the inheritance just came with it.
So I'm gonna read a few scriptures out of this Zechariah. because we're bringing out the fulfillment of the prophecy, how these things are happening in real time in reality, and how nobody else has the right to speak on it at all, except for us. No one else has the right to speak on it, and these are the facts. That's in the Bible. That it's just us who know how, who have the right to speak on it. It's this one scripture or a few scriptures in Zechariah that I like. Let's see. Okay, so Zechariah 12:10, it says, I will pour out a spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David and the inhabitants of Jerusalem, so that when they look on the one who they pierced, they will mourn for him as one mourns for an only child, and weep bitterly over him as one who weeps over a firstborn. On that day, mourning in Jerusalem will be great. But right now, people are acting like when Jesus comes, everybody's going to be happy. But that's not true. In fact, when Christ, is so-called lifted to his full glory, right? When we've been telling you what's going on actually finishes, a lot of people is actually instead going to be upset. They're going to feel very, they're going to have all types of emotions going on with them, because you have all types of people trying to fight what's going on right now. Because he's already here. He's already here in the flesh. So it's like he's been trying to do the same thing. He's been trying to say the exact same thing, and it hasn't even changed. And you have people that was so hard-headed that they was denying him. So cold-hearted. That's really that's what's going on here. So that's why that says this, that they're gonna pour out the spirit, that God is gonna pour out the spirit of compassion and supplication on the house of David. That's a hurt piece, y'all. It says you're gonna mourn like for your firstborn. And then this is the other one, right? When he gets lifted to his full glory, when he finishes everything that he was sent to do, really his work isn't done until he's gone, but when he finishes preparing the place or building the kingdom, when the saints go forth and they judge the world, because that is what's finna happen. This is what we're testifying to you, that the saints are judging the world. Heaven is coming down on earth. It's gonna be world peace. All the colonizers are gonna have to stop colonizing. And it's gonna be restoration for all the things that they have done. That's what's going on. And this is what the book also lets you know. In Zechariah 14. Let me see. It lets you know that after this great battle, it's actually going to be peace on the earth, for real though. Not just, you know, the fake peace, but it's going to be real peace. Damn, I'm sorry. I can't find this scripture. I really don't know what's going on that I can't find the scripture right now. But it's a scripture in Zechariah. Should be that that all of the idols will be removed from the land. All of the idols will be removed from the land. That's what it says. And if you think about it, when all the idols get removed from the land, it's not going to be no more problems. You know, that's basically like all the idols being removed from the land. This is what it says in the book. This is what nobody wants to tell you because they're liars. The
I
idols
got
being
you,
removed
sister.
from
It's
the land.
it was Zechariah 13:2. It says, on that day, it's written, on that day, I will banish the names of the idols from the land, and they will be remembered no more, declares the Lord Almighty. I will remove both the prophets and the spirit of impurity from the land.
That's the one. Thank you. That's the one. Yeah. All the idols removed from the land. That's basically saying that the devil will be removed from the land. That's saying that all the issues in the world will be removed from the land. All the a lie just is something that tries to exalt itself against the truth. That's what a lie is. Those things will be forgotten. That's what an idol is. Anytime, any way that you try to shake it, any type of deception is just something that tries to be bigger and badder than the truth, because it knows that its time is up. All these sins are going to be removed from the land. So they can't hold us captive on the land no more when the idols are gone. This ain't no hocus pocus. It ain't no, what's it called? It ain't no devil with no red horns. This is just things that people imagine. Things that people imagine that they don't even understand. But they love it. But they don't even know what they're looking at. That's people's idols. That's your Jesus. That's your Muhammad. All these things is finna be removed from the land. Full sweep.
You're right, sister. Those things that don't move, those things that don't have life, totally remove. And not just them, but their names. Like, you know how many names people argue and go back and forth over? No, his name is this, his name is that. No, this the original language. This is that. You know, it's an endless amount of names, and it's all just false idol worship. All we had to do was wait. He had a name written that no one knew but he himself. If you didn't meet him and he didn't tell you what his name is, how do you have the name? And when folks say they spoke to you, did he tell you his name? I mean, when you meet someone for the first time, that's generally how it starts. You know, what's your name? Who are you? I mean, did anyone speak to you and tell you the name of God, the name of the Most High? Did you read about it in a book? Did you hear it from somebody else? Did you ask that person, where did they get it from? And say Hebrew language, the original language. So his name must be Yahshua, Yahushai. Do you speak Hebrew? So.
And then that's exactly what they was doing in the book. You know, they said, no, it's my imaginations. But he was right there talking to them. But no, it's my imagination though. No, it's my idol though. It's my name. But he's right there. And which makes a lot of sense. He would have to, Christ would have to show up now of all times. If everything that's going on with all the people lying, he'd have to be here to clear it up now. That's what would make sense. That he would be clearing things up now. You know, Christ being on earth is the least craziest thing that I heard out of all the things that people say about God and you know, spirits and voodoo and hoodoo. Christ being on earth is the least crazy thing that God could do. You know, we basically saying that we Christ already.
You know, I found this scripture in 2 Corinthians chapter 11, verse 13. And it's written, finally, brothers and sisters. It says, finally, brothers and sisters, rejoice, strive for full restoration, encourage one another, be of one mind, live in peace. And the God of love and peace will be with you. As many people talk about God, we do not have one mind. That's why we have so many denominations. We have so many different doctrines, all centered around the same will, the same book. And this is why. Because if it wasn't like this, then God would be a liar. His will would not be true. It wouldn't actually be sealed if we were not of the same mind. So this is the state that the world has been in. This is how we know Christ was never here. My brothers and sisters, we are all a part of the same mind. This is how you know we have the truth. If it's, I don't too much entertain, the proofs and the give me this and the show me this and the evidence, because we know where that come from. But one-mindedness says encourage one another. Folks are so busy like trying to prove how much they know about the scriptures to where they're not encouraging any. You can't encourage anyone. Why? Because it's all about puffing yourself up. Even the folks we deal with on a daily basis. It's not about encouragement. It's about coming, like as you say, it's about coming to get your lick back. You heard? You lost the last battle. Now you're not coming here to encourage. You're not coming here for the sake of one-mindedness. Some of y'all don't even believe in the book that you're reading. Like the other brother that was up here earlier. Doesn't even care about this at all. We're just simply here to what? Speak on himself. To himself. That's sick. No, that's sick. So...
Yeah. Yeah, that's facts.
And this is all the more evidence of the folks that we deal with on a daily basis who come back here. We see how they don't have the peace that's written about in Philippians 4:7. And it's written, and the peace of God, which transcends all understanding, will guard your hearts and your mind in Christ Jesus. So if you really had peace in matters pertaining to God, you would not be pressed to convince anyone. Like, you would not be so combative and have to come back every single day fighting the same fight. Like, it's one thing what we do in terms of spreading the gospel to those who want to receive it. And those who don't, then it's nothing we can do about it. But the groups and cliques that come back, they have no peace. They have no peace. If they did, it wouldn't be. It's like let's say what's a good example? Like, let's say you're somebody is attracted to you, but you're not attracted to them. Right? You're not going to be worried about what they think about you because you're not attracted to them. But if somebody is obsessed over you and they don't know how to go about approaching you in a healthy way, in an honest way, they're going to be obsessive. They're going to do everything they can to make themselves be seen. Like, hey, look at me. Let me up. Can't you see? They have no peace of mind. And it's that is something that the world cannot give you. In fact, that's how we get in this state of unrest. That's why he is the Lord of the Sabbath. That's why we have the rest in knowing these things. So sometimes the conversations can get a little you know, a little passionate, because we all have different characters. You know, we all have different attributes. But yeah, we have that peace of mind. So, and we just want to share it with the world, to those who will. It's simple, really. So, and it doesn't cost anything. To those who are willing to pay attention.
And another reason that they come back, Brother Joshua, is we're the only ones who are giving them anything to believe in, even if they want to fight it. Like, that's how you know who the real ones are. Like, this, there's nowhere else to go after this, y'all. Like, it ain't no. Y'all been waiting on Jesus to come out of the sky for years. So you're going to keep being bored waiting for Jesus to come out the sky. You know, keep on sinning and contradicting yourself. Keep on with the double-mindedness in the church that it just don't it's something about it don't feel right. But I'm going to keep going because this is the best that I got. Like, that's the option. Or they come and they listen to this. You know, this is something that you can actually put your hands on, and that's how it actually creates the oneness of mind. No, we the only ones who actually God is real. God really does show up through people to unite the people.
See in the comments, it say, I'm still in Pennsylvania, not much truth here. You know, like, we get a lot of static from folks that's just fighting, looking for anything they can to tear it down. But they say, you know, why are y'all on TikTok? You know, why are y'all not out in the streets? You know how versatile this app is in terms of being able to reach people from all around the world, people that you would have never met. Like, I can go walk out my door right now and just go walk down the street. I can go walking for about an hour. I might walk past maybe 5 or 10 people. And out of those 5 or 10 people, maybe half of them or even have the time to have a conversation. And less than half of them even want to have a conversation about God. On TikTok or any type of social media app, like, there can be hundreds of people in one room at one time from all over the world. So what greater tool to use than something like this to be able to reach folks and spread the truth? But it's like people who not of God, it's like it goes straight over their head. Why? Because they're not here to build. They're here to what? Steal, unalive, and destroy. We're here to build. You know, so that's why we come here. To unite, to spread the gospel to the 4 corners of the earth. You know, if you got it like that and you can travel out on foot, great. I mean, take it with you wherever you go. But this is like like one of the greatest tools to use to reach people. So, but yeah, you know, definitely continue to tune in. You know, follow some of the people in the room. We pretty much have panels going every day. And we do have a website. You can see here, www.yajujudah.com. You can get more information, check out the declaration. really understand what this is about. There is a man who has declared our independence. God's people. This is the time where we are receiving our inheritance. As it was written, the meek shall inherit the earth. So this is world news. This is something that's happening all over the world. And everybody will be a part of it. Some will be great in the kingdom and others will be least. But these are the days that we living in, y'all.
Samuel, the kingdom of the heaven is something that is returned back to earth. It's like you know how it says that we're in this world but we're not of this world. How can you say you're in this world and you're not of this world, but so that would mean that the things of this world should be small fry if you're not of this world. So it's really just about renewing our minds, because that's to God, that's small fry. Renewing our minds is small fry to God. Like renewing our minds of all the people so that the people can have understanding amongst each other, go back to the ways, back to living again, the way that we're designed to live. Like that, that's small fry to God. There's no reason why God can't do a work that massive over the world that God created. There's no reason why God couldn't use us to make that change on the earth. No, I'm seeing when y'all say, the kingdom's not of this world, that y'all just want to run from the fact that this is reality, that your thoughts are manifesting what you're doing. You think, oh, the kingdom's not of this world, it's over my head. So it's going to stay over your head because you don't want it to happen in your world. No, it called you wicked and adulterous for a damn good reason. Wicked and adulterous. No, like people are always wondering, how did they crucify Christ? How could they have done that? But look at how people are crucifying Yaju. Anybody go look up Yaju, go to his website. And if you wonder how people crucified Christ, how did they crucify Christ? He was perfect. How? Like, if you're wondering, go look up Yaju. And you will see exactly how people crucify Christ. No, it's because he's doing something good for the people and they don't want to help. They have things that they want more than the will of God. There's things that they want more. So they don't want to help him. Like, the people, like, this stuff is crazy, man. Like, I never thought, the way that I thought I knew my people, like, I never thought that it was going to be anything that was going to stop us, the people, damn humanity. I never thought it was going to be anything that was going to get in the way once we actually had a reason, like a solution. And I don't, that's a really gullible thought for me to have, because you have people who are literally, you know, okay with the issues, you know, who are creating the issues. But I don't know. I really thought there was just gonna be nothing that was gonna, it was not gonna be nothing that people was gonna let stop them when we really had a solution to everything that's going on, to all the darkness in the world. When the light came, I didn't think it was gonna be nothing.
It's a scripture in Isaiah 53:5, and it's written, "But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed." You think about how many people went out and preached on behalf of God without God sending them out. And now you see why Yaju Judah gets so much static, because everybody then already claims that they know him. Everyone already claims that they have the will of God and that they have the understanding. So he's wounded on a daily basis for our transgressions, for our sins, for speaking on behalf of God when we were not sent out. And this is how he's crucified, on a daily basis. You know, so it's, and again, there's been, there's been other people that, folks talk about who claim to have been Christ. I don't know much about them. But if you look at the extent that people go to dig into this man's life, to try and find dirt, to try and find things, and they can't find anything, so they just make up frivolous stuff that don't even matter. But it's like, they dedicate their entire lives to bashing this man. And this is exactly how it was written it would happen. It was for us. So those of us who recognize him as that, this is why we know he is who he is. This is why we love him. This is why we know how to love. It's all came from him. So, and there's plenty of room still at the table. I mean, we are looking for leaders. We are actively overthrowing the world government. We are overthrowing the Roman Empire. And we're looking for those who are brave enough, who are bold enough to want to stand up, to take a stand, for your people, to bring God's kingdom on earth.
Nishan Supreme has a question. Is Yaju saying the same thing as Israelites, except he calls himself Christ? No, because they don't have a full understanding of the prophecy. If they, like, if they were saying the same thing as, if they were saying the same thing as Yaju, then they would let Yaju be the leader. You know, because Yaju is really coming with the order, you know, so that we can unify. You know, so what all the teachers and the Hebrew Israelites and things, what they're doing is they're scattering. Because what they say, you know, Lord, Lord, but they're not actually, they won't admit that they don't know how to speak for the Lord. They're supposed to be waiting for Yaju, but they're rejecting Yaju now that he's speaking.
And another huge distinction is, notice how the Hebrew Israelites, they place the blame on humans, on mankind. Like the reason why we're in a state of oppression, they'll blame it on the white man or the YT man, you know. But this is all God's fault. Because if it was man's fault, then man would have to be the one to save us. Like, for instance, if it was the YT man's fault, then the YT man would have to be the one to save us. Like, if you get thrown in jail, how are you going to get out of jail? The CEO's got to release you. I mean, you can try and break out, but you're still on the run, so you're still not really free. What I'm saying is, this is all God's fault. So we're only going to be delivered by God. And God does that in the last days. Like, this is why this is a time to celebrate. Folks who don't have the truth, they look at the last days, it's like, oh, damn, shit, the world's about to end. Everything's going to be burned to shit, you know. Like, they're afraid of the last days. Like, they're trying to do everything they can, scrambling and gambling to live their best life now, because in the last days, but they don't know. That's why they're afraid. We look forward to this time. This is a time for celebration for us. Like, this is like the greatest time to be alive for us. And we're not just saying that because we have any awards or trophies, and we damn sure not getting paid for this or anything. Like, this is the time to celebrate. Why? Because the one who got us in this mess has poured out his spirit to get us out. And that came through Yaju Judah. So yeah, that is a huge difference between the Hebrew Israelites and us, you know. They have to wait for the YT man to get them out. Because in their mind, that's who put them there. We don't. All we had to do was wait on the Lord.
I mean, you're disagreeing, but you're still waiting on judgment, Nishan. Like, if you haven't been judged yet, you don't know if you're gonna go to heaven or not. So you don't know. It could be real bad for you, everything that you're saying, but you're still saying, you're still speaking. You know, so You don't know if it's God or the devil that's using you, because you don't know if you're going to heaven. Yeah, you got to request up because it's not letting me invite you. Yeah, I don't think TikTok is allowing you because of your blocked. You probably got reported when you went on TikTok live. So I might have to come up another time, brother. But yeah, I'll keep reading your comments if you still have questions, or you kind of want to debate the truth in the comments, man. It's crazy because we bring up good principles that should bring people peace of mind. Like, nobody can teach the Bible except for Christ should bring people so much peace of mind. Let there only be one teacher should bring people so much peace of mind. One teacher, I only have to, worry about, because it's hard to let somebody open your mind when it comes to God. That's something that we know. Like, it's very hard to let somebody into your mind when it comes to God. You don't want to get tricked out of God. So let there only be one teacher is so, should take so much weight off of everybody's shoulders when it comes to, all the different doctrines that's in the world. You don't let nobody be your teacher. You're not even the teacher, because it's one who is the teacher. But that's why you have to accept the Sabbath. You have to actually be willing to accept the peace. You have to be willing to accept, because this is good news. And Christ is pleading to tell you good news that you can actually let every man be a liar and sleep easy at night.
It says, if Yahweh Judah is Christ, there is no waiting game for reigning on throne of David. Been almost 10 years. It's been longer than that, my brother. Haile Selassie was the last one to sit on the throne. That's way longer than 10 years. You know, and the prophecy spoke about these times would be given into the hand of the enemy for a time and a times and a half. Because they would think to change the times and the laws. You know, so that time is already over with, brother. You know, and this is exactly why, like, y'all know no one knew about, people wasn't talking about that stuff. Like, I ain't gonna say nobody knew about it, but nobody was talking about this stuff. The Solomonic dynasty, the throne of David in Ethiopia. People, we over here in America, we wasn't thinking about Ethiopia like that. I know I wasn't. And anybody that I shared this information with, they was totally intrigued. Like, they never heard about this stuff before. Why do you think this been revealed to him? You know, and you know he didn't go to anyone's college. Like, you know, he didn't sit down under no preachers or no theology school. To this day, I've never heard no one say that Yaju's sermon or Yaju's doctrine or Yaju's teachings, whatever you want to call it, he get that from so and so. Nobody has never said that. So why do you think he's able to go into the book the way he is? Like, why do you think he's the one that gave us this higher thought about our real ancestors, where we come from? Why do you think he's the one who showed us our people? These are our people. Nobody was doing this before him, you know, and this is why, because he is the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords. The book was written about him. This is why he covers the volume of it. So
What we're saying is that you know how it says that 7 spirits would take hold of one man. So what we're telling you is that it's the same as a Moses, same as a Noah, same as a Jonah, same as a Christ. It's a Christ. It's the spirit choosing a leader. A leader for what? To gather other leaders so that so that a righteous foundation can be set for the world. That's who we telling you Yaju is with our actions. With his actions, that's what he's been telling you that he is. And he's been giving his testimony of God working on him to do this. You know, that's why the book testifies to him. God testifies to him. The book and God don't testify to the Jesus or the Yeshua or the nothing that other people talk about. The book testifies to Yaju. And God testifies as well. No, I'm talking about the foundation of heaven on earth, where no lie lives, where no confusion is. That's what I'm talking about. Where's this name? Go to yajujudah.com. I'll put it in the comments. yajujudah.com.
And I know, I definitely know, can't nobody tell me that they ever heard the name Yaju Judah before. Like, we've heard all these other names, we heard all these idols names. No one has never heard the name Yaju Judah before 2016. Or maybe 2014, whenever it was revealed to Yaju, and no one knew that name before that. Nobody. And that is definitely a name written that no one knew but who? He himself.
Nishan, I don't have you blocked, sir. You probably got suspended on another TikTok account, bro. That's how people, you can't allow, like, they can't request up and you can't request them up because you probably got blocked for a violation. And I agreed to read your comments because I understand that, or that's my guess about it. That's why I agreed to read your comments. Well, it must be in your settings or something, bro. But I do hope you figure that out because it would be a lot easier to hear where you're coming from. So here goes scripture in Isaiah about what's going on right now. It says in Isaiah 54 and 13, it says, all of your children will be taught by the Lord, and great shall be the prosperity of your children. In righteousness you shall be established. You shall be far from oppression, for you shall not fear, and from terror, for it shall not come near you. you can say this in a literal sense, you can say this in a spiritual sense, but it says that the bad things is going to be far away from you. So that would have to be both physical and spiritual. You know, like y'all know that your thoughts manifest. You know, as a man thinketh, so as he is. So like, you know, you think if God really brought prosperity, it would be war on the earth. If God really brought salvation, it would be wandering in the wilderness still. If the day was ever great when the Lord came, it would be the greatest forever and ever. It would be no beating it. It would be no topping it. Like what we did, we tried to say that God already came, and then the devil stomped all over God and built a bunch of religions on top of God. Or at least on top of the beginning and the end. Like Jesus, he's supposed to be the beginning and the end, the light of the world, the Alpha and Omega. But somebody puny like the devil came and stomped all over the Alpha and Omega and everything that he did. Seriously. Or would it make more sense that the devil knew that his time was up when the Lord showed up in the last days?
And it says, all of your children will be taught by the Lord. Now, you know, your preachers and your pastors was taught by theology schools. Like, that's like the golden standard for even much being a pastor or a preacher. Like, the next time y'all go to church, go ask your preacher, how did they get ordained? 95% of the time, they're going to tell you they went to a theology school. You know, they got degrees. Who created the theology schools? God don't dwell in temples made by man's hands. We know for a fact, man created theology schools. Man creates Bible concordances. All your children will be taught by the Lord. Did the Lord teach you?
Yep. And you ask something so simple like that. You know how much hate you're gonna catch for saying something so simple. Simple question. Did the Lord teach you? The Lord said that? What you saying? That's what Jesus said? You know how angry people will get? You know how much fear will stir up in their hearts if you just bring up a simple principle? You know, of like, why? Okay, but why though? Why are you speaking? Who gave you the right? Yeah, but you have an issue with answering the question. Y'all won't admit that that nobody can teach the Bible except for Christ. Why won't y'all admit that? Why won't you admit that nobody can teach the Bible except for Christ? Why wouldn't you want it to be so simple? Why would you want it to be more complicated? Like everybody and their mama can teach the Bible. Why would you want it to be not, you know, so that it can be room for the confusion that you want to create? You should want everybody to shut up except for Christ. That's what you should want. Cause then you really know that then it ain't a bunch of other noise for you to listen to. Then you can actually hear Christ. But nah, people really don't want to hear from Christ. You know, Christ isn't supposed to be pleasing to the ear every time he speaks. You know, it should feel good, but it should also be humbling. You know, and then this is that day of judgment where the Lord is here. He's speaking in the flesh, and it's humbling.
I just want to remind y'all of a story that was illustrated in the fall of man, and why we don't want it to be that simple. Like, this is how Satan deceived the whole world, playing to our vanity. And it's written, "Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, 'Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?' The woman said to the serpent, 'We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it, or you will die.'" Verse 4, "You will not certainly die." The serpent said to the woman, "For God knows that when you eat from it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Now, to be like someone is not the same as being of someone. And this is why we know that everything God has, Satan has an imitation. And Satan is just literally deception. To be of God is to be of the circumcision. That comes by way of the Spirit that comes through an anointed vessel in the last days. But we wanted to puff ourselves up and be like God. We wanted our own churches. We wanted our own congregations. We wanted people to serve us. We became lovers of selves. All these stories are talking about the fall of man. This is exactly how we got in this position. Again, this was nobody's fault. This is God's doing. And this is why God is the only one that can save us. But will you wait? We know the answer. We couldn't. Until now. The wait is over. Now it's just a matter of, will you eat? We've been wanting to eat this whole time. Rushing to make our own table. To bake our own bread. And Yaji spoke these things saying you can't put God bread in no oven. This comes from the lips of the high priest. It's at the table, y'all.
He said, what did he say? He said in the comments, the brother who we just debated, right? He said, you can suckle on ideas. Oh wait, not this one. It says, he said, I'll be waiting to see this kingdom arise. And that shows that he didn't even hear what you just said, Joshua. If we're the wrong tree, why are you eating? Go away. If we're wrong, why would you be wanting to hear from us? You supposed to stay. Hey, if the people, if they wrong, get far away from them. Why are you wasting your time? Nuh-uh, don't come with that fake stuff, because if you was really trying to prove us wrong when we asked you about your Jesus, about your Christ, you would have spoke about your Christ. You would have spoke about your Yeshua. You would have spoke about the voices that's in your head and all the things that you've seen him do and all the miracles and all the things. You would have gave a testimony about how your Christ is realer than ours. You're not trying to disprove us. You're trying to disprove us, but you're not. That's like you're just trying to drive it. You're basically, what people are doing right now is they're driving themselves crazy trying to run from the truth.
And you know what? You know, now this, y'all really gonna have to sit down with this now, cause you know the first thing they say is Yaju Judah is not the Christ. Yaju Judah is a false Christ, and they quick to go to Matthew 24, right? Now, what did your Christ tell you to do about false Christ? Luke 21:8, and it's written, and he said, take heed that ye be not deceived, for many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and the time draweth near. Go ye not therefore after them. New American Standard Bible, the time is near. Do not go after them. I'm going to read it again. And he said, take heed that ye be not deceived. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ, and the time draweth near. Go ye not therefore after them. Christ didn't tell you to go avenge. Christ didn't tell you to go prove nobody wrong. In your book that you read, that you lean so heavy to, it says, go ye not after them. What was that comedian? I think it was Bernie Mac. He said, what you looking at me for? Like, what you looking at us for? That's y'all book, though. So yeah, y'all, those who don't know, Yaju Judah, the Son of Man, is on the earth in the flesh. If you don't believe him, well, I don't know what y'all looking at. And if it is of God, you will not be able to stop them. In fact, you might find yourself going against God. So, you know, obviously y'all are here for a reason. We all have our individual walks. Most of us, we didn't fight so much when it came to this truth. Then too, that might be your walk, you know. You might even be one of the types that actually, you know, persecuted us before you came into it. Even you was room at the table. You might have said some things, you might have posted some videos, you might have said some horrible things. You know, but it's still room. But you don't think he the real thing. And you know, don't be a hypocrite. 1 minute saying the scriptures led you to God, 1 minute saying you know the Bible, and the next minute you're doing the exact opposite. Go ye not after them. So if you're still here, then obviously it's for a reason. You might as well, you know, take the hurt, you know, take the lick, keep on ticking. The truth does hurt. But battle is not yours. You know, there's nothing you can do to stop this. And choosing not to do anything is really just as bad as going against it. You know, just sitting on the fence. But you never go wrong listening. You know, you can never go wrong listening. And all this time, you know, as much as people talk about Yadri, you've been doing this for this long and I haven't seen nothing. Well, one thing you haven't seen is him drop the ball. You have not seen him lie. And in 2025, folks, that is a miracle. I don't care what nobody say, that is a real miracle. And it's because of him, now we have that same power. Now we are free from lies. Now we are no longer under the law of men, the law of oppression. Now we are of grace. So there's still room, y'all. There's a lot of work to do. You know, a lot of y'all have many gifts and talents, and you know the saints do as well. You know, having this truth, these eyes of discernment to be able to look upon the will of God, something that was originally sealed, and be able to understand it. How much more easier would it be for you to understand things of men, like books on economics, finance, computer programming, agriculture? We need leaders in these fields. Cryptocurrency, criminal law. So there's plenty of work to do. The harvest is plenty, but the work is a few, y'all. So, you know, we need y'all who are brave enough and bold enough to stand up and first face yourself in the mirror and be real enough to say, you know what, I did not have it. I do not know. I really do not know about my life. I do not know about the things pertaining to God. I do not understand what this book means. That's a great place to start.
You know, I don't read the Hebrew talk in your language, so I don't know. Oh, Jacob, Jacob, brother, man, you steady keep saying by their fruits they're gonna be known. Let me share with you a quick testimony, because this is how I knew Yaju was Christ. Because he disproved the Jesus story. When he proved that the Jesus story was false, you know, and like my brother Joshua had just said, y'all can't find a lie that he ever told, you know. So like when he disproved the Jesus story, when he actually showed, damn, Jesus actually couldn't have existed. Jesus never judged the world. The Yeshua people believe in never gathered the saints and judged the world. It never happened. It never took away the sin from the world. And these are things that's in the Old Testament. They say this should have already happened. But some, you know, they have to tell half truths. They have to tell you that that he came and he gave you salvation, but oh, you don't know if you're still going to heaven or not, though. Like that's cheating. That's cheating if I never heard it. That's cheating God, telling God's people that you got a ticket to heaven, but when you get to heaven, it might not work. Or trying to, when you get to heaven, you telling God, oh, you already gave me the keys to heaven. Well, why ain't you been here? If I already gave you the keys, why are you waiting for me to come and get you? Because I never gave you the keys. You are waiting for me to come and get you the keys. And I don't mean to speak in all these parables. I'm really just saying, like, when he disproved that Jesus could have never came, that really made everything so much easier for me.
You see it, y'all. The letter unaliveth, but the spirit giveth life. Now, this brother, man, is talking about another man's personal life and what's going on in his life. That does nothing for unity. That does nothing for one-mindedness. That does nothing for encouragement. You know, like in these last days, the enemy can't hide no more. Like, he's no longer appearing as a creature of light. Like, the nastiness, the ugliness, who he really is, it's out in the open now. You know, the cat is out of the bag. So You know, these folks is really gonna. It's a clear distinction. You know, we're not gonna have to sit back and say, oh, they really got the spirit. Oh, they really not. You'll be able to tell. Now, you know, it's no more hiding at this point. People of God, we are taking a stand. We are taking the kingdom and establishing its dominion for eternity. People not of God, the devil's children, they're weeping and gnashing. And they damn sure not doing what the will of God says, because the will of God says, do not go after them. So, but that's the difference, though. You know, it's the end of the hunters, the people who lurk privily for blood. It's the end of Esau. It's the beginning of the gatherers. It's the time of Jacob. It's the time to speak life. No more death, no more unaliveness. So it's a clear distinction now. So y'all see what it is. Y'all know where we stand. Things that we thought, they're not of God. They're not his thoughts. They're not his ways. We don't have to think. We don't have to wonder no more. We don't have to debate over what's the commandments. How should we keep them and when to keep them. We don't have to question which day is the Sabbath. Is it Sunday? Is it Saturday? No, because the Lord of the Sabbath is here. So, but it's for those who will receive him, you know. Those are the ones that he'll call his brothers and his sisters, children of God. And you know, y'all, just for those of y'all who are still straddling the fence, you know, you might be attached to your churches, you know, just some things, you know, if you have the courage, you know, just to ask these questions. Like as it's written, I baptize you with water, but there is one who will come after me that will baptize you with fire. First question. Why are we still dunking people in swimming pools? Christ already came, and if we know him, like we say we do, why are we still dunking people in water? And what is the baptism of fire? Ask your pastors. Have you been baptized by fire? And what about communion? Like I had to pull this scripture up to this has been a while. The Last Supper in Matthew 26. Jump down to 27. Then he took a cup, and when he had given thanks, he gave it to them, saying, "Drink from it, all of you. This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins. I tell you, I will not drink from this fruit of the vine from now on until that day when I drink it new with you in my Father's kingdom." If we are not in the Father's kingdom, why are we drinking grape juice and eating crackers? If you want to know the truth, you have to ask questions. I don't know how else you're going to find it. These are real simple questions. But look how defensive they get when you ask them. I dare you. Again, we're not speaking on things that we haven't done ourselves. This is how we know it. But look at how defensive they get when you ask them. So, these are things we got to ask ourselves, y'all. That's where it starts, in the mirror.
Yo, when I'm going through this book right now, like, it's talking about the birds of the air, the wild animals of the earth. It's talking about the land of horror. It's talking about all this metaphor talk. All this metaphor talk, y'all. Like, are we being serious right now when we say, "Oh, I stand on the Bible"? Like, what? How could you possibly stand on this magical book of just metaphors? Like, how? How could you possibly? This stuff is not reader friendly. It's really not. This is deep metaphors, y'all. We have got to stop lying to ourselves. If you can't tell me exactly what the reality of the prophecy is going to be like, exactly when it happens, exactly what it's going to be like, exactly when it happens, through and through, leave nothing out. If you're not able to do that, then you're sent by the wicked one when you teach this Bible. You're sent by the incomplete one, the half-truth one, the 99%er. And really that's like a logical thing. Like that's kind of how you should go about the world. Like if someone's not telling you the whole truth, then they've got something to hide, clearly. But they got us with this book, man. They got us with this book, which is again why Yaju has unsealed the book now, to let the people know that they had to take some of the secrets of God to colonize the world, or else they wouldn't have been able to make us into their slaves. If we didn't think that what we was doing was somehow for God, they wouldn't have been able to take us captive. What's up, Marcus? Peace and blessings. Peace and blessings.
Peace and blessings, brother.
I know. Well, we can't hear you if you're saying something, bro. We can't hear you. We can't hear you if you're speaking.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, it's a great day today. It's been raining for the past 3 days over here, so it's good to see the sun coming out. How are you guys anyway?
What part of the world you at?
I'm down under, bro. New Zealand.
New Zealand? Okay.
Yeah, right on the edge, brother. Right on the edge.
I gotta look that one up. I don't really know where New Zealand is. What?
Look it up on the flat earth, brother. It's right on the edge. I'm just curious.
Oh, one second.
Just curious. Are you guys flatters or roundies? Not that it matters, but curious. Flat earthers? Globers?
Well, yeah. I definitely will speak about the flat Earth. Yeah. It also mentions it in the
Bible, right?
like to me it's more just like, that's just how I perceive it, so Most definitely, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of the biggest lie. It needs to be sorted. I mean, all the lies need to be plugged out, because that's the problem today. Is people are just absolutely living a lie. And we need to get to the bottom of the original truth, because one lie just doesn't cut it. It needs to be plugged out.
It's crazy because before Yaju, I believed in the flat earth, and it tripped me out because I felt like, and I still feel like this way, but it was like I felt like these people thinking that the earth is a circle, they don't think God really loves them. Like on a deep psychological level, because why would God put you on a ball in the middle of space? Like that
I
feels
don't. I
like
don't. I don't think it's
neglect.
the. I don't think it's the fact that God doesn't love them. It's them not loving God or not knowing God. Because it's either they came in not being taught who Jesus Christ was or God was, or they have been indoctrinated into a certain side of the scriptures, which is why I think it's very important to have the right person spreading the scriptures, so there is no deviance from what it actually is to what they want it to be. Because there's a big difference to want something to be a certain ways and to be told something that it needs you to be a certain way. And that's where people I think, are confused, is that they think they can deviate from what is truth and make it their own from what God made it to be, and live by that way. But I'm sure you guys will get there. And I went on a couple of lives last night, just testing myself out in the water, with the with our group. And they're pretty nasty. Yeah, they've got knives and just stabbing. And I don't understand. If you really are for God, why are you so violent? Why so hasty? Let's just talk. You share with me your God, and I'll share you with mine. We'll just share, and we'll see where we get to. But instead, they just rather just throw gas on you and just burn you up. And it's like, come on, man. I'm sure your God's better than that.
Well, if yeah, I mean, on one hand, yeah, it does hurt, but on another, if it wasn't like that, then the will of God wouldn't be true, because it was written we would be persecuted for His name's sake. So you remember when we was, I don't know about you, but when I was in the churches, and telling people about Jesus, no one ever messed with me. In fact, people kind of looked up to me, like, oh yeah, he's special. That's that's the man of God. Kind of like rock star parking privileges. No persecution, but in the name of Yaju, oh man. Very, very few people will love you for this. But on most part, you will be hated, my brother. You will be hated.
Yeah, I finally spoke to my wife about it. And at first she was very hesitant. She looked at me with a funny look, but I just took my time and explained it to her slowly, went to the web, and she went through the information that was on there. So she's, I think she's 60-40 at the moment. So hopefully the more I speak to you guys and show my surrounding around her and that, she might just come around, but everyone to their own. I just don't want to force it on her, The last thing I want to do is push her away. Because it's very important, if you are married or have a long-time partner, you need to include them. That's your other half, you know. And it makes things easier when there's two of you fighting for the same cause. And the family needs to be whole under the watchful eyes of God.
Yeah, it's you know, it's really beautiful, you know, because all this really works in our favor. Like, you know, there's only so much hating that people can do when you're being purified. Like, when, like, now that you understand and you're growing in the truth, it's like there's so much less struggle that's going on in your mind. Like, there's so much less it's just I'm just saying the light is gonna shine and the growth is gonna be undeniable, you know. So it's just who's gonna who's gonna, you know, put in the work in to be the example for the rest of the people, you know.
Yeah. It is hard because this morning I woke up and I forgot, you know, because that I had to remind myself, oh, yeah, okay, I need to check myself into the group. And I think it'll be weird and difficult to keep up with it at first, reminding myself. And it'll also be hard. I mean, I haven't been working for the past maybe year and a half just because of the uncertainty that I was going through until I joined the group. And now everything is much easier, but the worry and the care is no longer there for the material things, you know, the money, the only thing I was worried about was my wife. And now that she's, you know, not as worried, it kind of takes the pressure off me. Now I can sort of put a lot of my effort into this as well as maybe do a little work here, a little work there, you know. But ultimately, it's my main target is to actually reach out. And I'm not quite sure what I'm doing over here because, I mean, you guys are over there and I'm over here, so I'm still thinking about that. Because I think it'll be good if I can do something over here, try and push it out, you know. I want to get a lot of lashback, but, well, if you have the ears to hear, then you must have the eyes to see. So, one step at a time for me over here, I think.
Yeah. Yeah, you're right. And I just wanted to give you some encouragement in terms of family, you know, just based on my experience, and also some of the things that the saints have shared. It's when it comes to sharing this truth, especially with our loved ones, our immediate relatives. You know, sometimes we can go in with high expectations. You know, expecting them to just, you know, grasp hold of this. And from what I found, it really sets us up for failure once we get let down. Like, if your expectations way up here, then your acceptance of things is going to be way down here. So, you know, I would just encourage you to, you know, to try and lessen your expectations of people receiving this truth. Because this is a narrow path. Not many people are going to receive this. Not everybody is going to be in the kingdom. It's just some will be great and others will be least in the kingdom. There's not many of us that's going to be great, brother. And so, you know, I just encourage you to just, you know, to try your best to lessen your expectations of people receiving it and increase your acceptance of what happens. Because at the end of the day, all we can really do is tell the truth. That's really our only work, you know. The rest, only God knows.
Yeah, I agree. You're definitely right. Because I'm the type of person that has put a lot of expectation on people. But I need to remember what you just said then, that people do have a tendency to fall back on the flesh, even the churchgoers. It'll be hard to break them away from that. Uh, the teaching they've been taught. But with due time, I'm sure God will work in our favor. Man, he's God of all things, man. Nothing is impossible. It's just a matter of myself actually kicking through and pushing through. But I think the problem that I'm seeing so far is the people are just turning on the messengers. You know, they should really look at themselves and the messages they've been receiving. And I think that's the first thing that I'm going to push. It's actually they believe themselves. They should look within themselves before they start. That must be pushed, because I've noticed that when you talk to someone, it's straight away looking at the flesh that's sharing the message with them, rather than looking at the message they've received. And then straight away they're just slashing at the person that's trying to help them out. And ultimately that's the problem. It's actually not the message, not the person that's sharing, but because the person is sharing the message, and the message doesn't click in their head, they turn on you. And I just got to work on that, on how to make them think, because I'm sure there's some kind of psychology work that you can do. Not so much manipulating. It's just a little twist of what the words, to make them think off the word rather than the mouth that's saying the word. And also, I need to learn the Bible, man, because I've never read, I've never sat down and read the Bible, to be honest with you, man. I have to say, I've just been hearing people read it. I've never learned it. As a kid, I did the Bible school and that, and I learned a lot of verses, but I've forgotten them now. And last night, I sat down and just started typing up numbers on my phone, and I started with my birthday, and the first verse that came up was one of the verses that the boys, I can't remember now, but it was about the preachers that were preaching the words and how they were going to be punished. That was the first verse that came up, just out of punching my birthday in. And that was very interesting, because that told me that, okay, so this is the truth. It just driven that sledgehammer right into it in my head. And then I just worked around my birthdays, and all the verses had to do with preaching and how wrong it was. So I took photos of that, and I want to start working on those verses, and I don't know how to exit it on here without jumping off the live, because I want to bring it up. So one of you can break it down for me, because I don't really have the understanding to, as you guys can say, as you guys have been saying, that the right person has to break down the message. Not anyone can just touch the Bible.
Yeah.
Brother, so it's a couple of things my bad. Go ahead, sister. I was just gonna say it's a couple of things that you mentioned, that I too, struggle with. The first thing is like dealing with people when you share this truth. Yaju has a great analogy for this. It's like when a mountain lion is trapped in a bear trap. If you go try and free it, it's gonna tear you up once it breaks free, as it doesn't have the discernment to realize that you're helping it. All it knows is that it was trapped, and now all of a sudden it's free, and it's going to tear up whatever is immediately around it. That's exactly what it's like for the most part when you share this truth with folks. Like, they're going to turn around and want to cut you up, and they're not even going to understand why. The second thing, in terms of how to deliver this movement, consider the fact that it's a huge pill to swallow, telling folks that Christ is on the earth in the flesh. Now, that's the truth, and that's what we're supposed to do, is tell the truth. But one thing I've learned from Yaju is, and kind of take this with a grain of salt, because ultimately you want the Spirit to lead you, but the primary focus is the movement, the revolution. Before we can build on anything, we have to destroy the deception. We have to defeat the devil. So the first part is best to share with folks is the fact that we are overthrowing the world governments. Like, we are defeating we are judging the Roman Catholic Church. We are destroying all doctrines of lies. We are letting every man be a liar and God be true. Like, that's the first and foremost thing. It's the revolution, the movement. And the fact that we are calling leaders who want to serve in our government. And then after that, if you see that you still have folks' attention, and then do time. I mean, sometimes you might not be able to get all this out in one conversation. Like, sometimes you might just have enough time just to share the revolution with folks. As you notice, Yaju does not always just come out flat and just say, I'm Christ. And it's not that he's being deceptive or holding back. It's just, it's a time, it's a time for things to be revealed, and you'll know when the right moment is. But sometimes, and I've made this mistake too, you can overfeed somebody too much information at once, and it's like their brain just they can't digest it all, because it's it's like an overload. So that's something to be aware of too. It's just the timing and the amount of information that you share at once, and just realizing that it don't all have to come at once. And the third thing, now I'll pass back to my sister. The third thing I remember you said, understanding scriptures. My brother, that is something that for the longest time, like, I almost psyched myself out and made myself feel like, well, damn, this must not be for me, because how is it that folks can go into this book now and they're able to pull out all these scriptures and they understand what they're saying. When I first came into this truth, brother, it made me sick to my stomach to even look at a Bible. Like, I actually threw all my Bibles away. It made me so sick to even touch it. Now, again, this is my own journey. But I could not even look at a Bible, bro. For the longest time, all I could do is cheer from the sidelines and just celebrate, like, go, y'all. Because I couldn't, and I've only been in this truth for about 8 months now. And, but again, everybody has their time, things come out in due time. But, again, you know who the Lord is. So anything that you're seeking, anything you desire is going to come from him. So those hours and hundreds of hours of YouTube videos, that's the bread. So the more you eat, the stronger you'll get. And in due time, brother, trust me, you'll, whatever you was called to serve, whatever your gifts are, they'll come out. Not everybody's necessarily a great speaker, but that don't mean that you're not a great architect or a great finance administrator, or a great attorney or a great computer programmer, So that's the beautiful thing about this. I mean, we're a diverse group of people, and we are actively building a world government. So we need people who have all types of gifts and all types of things to bring to the table. But yeah, that's just a few things I wanted to keep you encouraged on, brother.
Yeah, those are valid points, man. And this is why I need to, daily, even every second day, jump on here to one of you guys and just, get a reflection of what I should be doing, because I have no idea where to start, and you made some valid points on what I should start with, being a freshman. So, yeah, like you said, I'm not a good speaker, and I'm not good with dealing with people. You know, I don't have the in your face kind of. I'm more standoffish. You know, I rather deal in silent than deal with words. You know, it's a lot easier for me because then people just see all they see is action, and to me it speaks louder for them than me talking to them because I just don't know how to relate points to them. But yeah, definitely the scriptures is something that I need to really buckle down on and have a look at. And I've never bought a Bible. I don't have one at home, but I've always wanted to. I've always been scared of that book because there's so many things in there. Like our life can't contain what's in that book. Because those aren't easy words to digest, and the message in there it's almost violent, especially if you're a sinner. You know, it really cuts you up. Because even I remember when I was going to church and some of the verses would get read to me, and the way I understood it, it was condemning me because of the things I was doing at the time, and it made me almost hate the Bible or hate the message because it was so true and so honest. You know, and it didn't help that the people that were sharing the message weren't sharing it in a manner to pull you in. It was sharing it in a manner to just cut you up, which is maybe was supposed to, I don't know, but that ultimately drove me away, kind of, you know. So it was. I mean, I love God. I know there's a God, but I don't live righteously like I should be. But I am honest with myself about God, and ultimately, I think that's what people need to be doing, is honest with themselves about God. Do you really believe in God? And if not, don't utter the word, don't utter His name, because that's playing with fire. But yeah, it'll take work, but it's all right. I've got the patience to buckle down. There's nothing better to do right now anyway, that now that we know the truth, you know.
Yeah, yeah, you definitely I definitely like the way that you're thinking about it. You definitely being real. Yeah, like my brother said, it's only it's a it's it's a very narrow path when it comes to this stuff, man. I'm sorry, my sister's coming up.
Yeah, I like how you say one of the things that needs to be pushed out is the movement, the revolution, you know, the overthrowing of the government. Maybe that's a good point for me to start with, because that's something that people wants to hear first, you know, instead of just directly lashing them up, you know, maybe warm them up to at least hear you out first. And overthrowing governments is always a good thing for people because they're being oppressed by the government. You know, it's a soul keeper, because people have been oppressed by them so much that, yeah, okay, they're up for overthrowing. I'm pretty sure 90% of the world would love to overthrow every government there is, because they've been nothing but oppressors and enslavers, you know. So that's a very valid point. I might start with that first rather than, you know, and learn the other things along the way.
Yeah, and it's cold too because we're the only ones that don't know. Like these other nations, they know that Christ is finna come and restore David's throne, restore the Solomonic dynasty. They already know these things. So the fact that, like, it just brings a lot of courage, because when it comes to that, when I told people about this being a movement, and like, y'all, like, this is the revolution, like, it gets so much non-belief, it gets so much you know, who y'all think y'all is standing against that giant? It gets a lot of fear, like, nah, they gonna do something to y'all. Like, it gets so much non-belief, but you know, the people at the bottom are really the last ones to know, because we're the ones to do it, you know. But yeah, it and it says that too in the book too, that you should lift up his works. You know, that's the effective way to glorify the Son, is to lift up the things that he's doing, you know, and what his purpose is to take part in that purpose, you know, is definitely most effective.
You know, it's like trying to give someone, like trying to give the scriptures or the fact that Christ is on earth before presenting the revolution. Again, you know, nothing is set in stone. The Spirit works how the Spirit works. You know, some people, you know, that's all they need to hear. Others, all they had to hear was his voice, and that was enough. And I'm just speaking in general. You know, trying to lead with the heavy things first is kind of like telling someone, here, take this medicine, without showing them that they're sick, or without them realizing and accepting the fact that they're sick. You get what I mean? Like, the acknowledging the fact that they're sick is the revolutionary part of it. The fact that, like you said, everybody can relate to, like, the whole world is out of order, you know. So giving them the diagnosis, that sets them up in the best position to be able to receive the medicine, you know, the ointment, which is Yaju Judah, you know. And again, that doesn't have to happen in one conversation. It might be multiple conversations, you know. So, but you know, the more you it's just like with anything, you know, the more swings you take with a baseball bat, the more free throws you shoot, you know, the better your shot gets. And so just, you know, just never feel rushed, but also don't be afraid, you know, because you know the Lord, and he's never gonna let you down, brother, never. So yeah, you're definitely in a great position. I know out there, I see it on the map now. I mean, I can understand how you might feel a little bit, you know, isolated, but hey, you know, that's the great thing about technology, you know, because we can reach people from all over the world, you know. And like you see, for the most part, somebody has a panel open every day. So don't ever feel like you can't, you know, come up, or, you know, you don't really know what to say. I mean, that was me too. Like, that's all I knew how to do, is just celebrate and just come around my family, man, because we are your brothers and sisters, and that's all I knew how to do, and that made me stronger. That gave me confidence. That gave me reassurance in knowing that, for one, I'm not in this alone, you know, but for two, we are the Lord's people, you know, and we are the ones that'll judge the world. So yeah, that daily reminder, that remembrance, you know, and just reminding yourself of that, you know, just keep coming around, brother. That's the best thing. And it's written, forsake not the assembling of the saints. You know, that's us. You know, the preachers tell us that in church. Don't keep hanging around, and definitely stay in those YouTube videos, man. Like, Yaju YouTube videos, there's shorts, it's long videos. Eat those up, man. because that's really where you get your spiritual bread from. That's really where you get your strength. So yeah, you on the arc, brother. You on the arc, brother, man.
Yeah, see, that's just hearing you guys talk and give me advice, bro. That's reassuring. That's very reassuring. And yeah, I think for someone in my predicament, being new in that, I definitely need to get that pep talk. Every once in a while. Every couple of days, just to reestablish the movement and what I'm doing and what I should be doing. I looked into I had another look last night into the paperwork that's on the web, and man, that's fire, man. I looked into the story of what was the something Magdala. That's
The
that's
siege
a
of
very
Magdala.
sad. Yes, that's the one. Yeah, yeah. That's a very sad story. That it has a lot of pain in its story. Yeah, it's all the worst things that could happen to a dynasty. To a person. And I could only imagine how what could have went through the people's mind at the time, and because that was it makes me angry, even though I'm not off that dynasty, because the struggle of seeing the black people, I've been looking into that for the past maybe 5-6 years, and it's sad because they're such good people, pushed into a hole with nothing, you know, and it makes me tear up just thinking of how strong these people are after all these years of the oppression that's been put on them. They still manage to have that faith and climb out of the hole, and yet they're still getting rocks thrown in them. And the worst part is that people don't really see the kindness in their soul, which is why I understand now that they are the people of God. It's they have that godly soul of being so warm. There's no hatred. Like when I grew up with my friends in high school and that, most of them were white, because I went to a pretty much all white school, and the conniving, the just their nature, it's a very oppressive nature they have. Because I mean, being a brownie, they sort of pushed me around, but I had to sort of fight my way around them to actually fit in. And then when I got to my last year in high school, I met a couple of South Africans, couple of black boys, and the change in what I noticed in the attitude, the teachings that they have compared to the whites was completely different. The sharing, the warm feeling they have for each other, it was amazing, and I can see why the other people took advantage of them because of their friendly ways and their kind ways, and because I mean, imagine if which I'm sure that's what you guys are doing, push yourself, and people actually stand together for the truth. This or to make this so much easier for you guys. But again,
Well,
like you said,
one thing.
yeah, go ahead.
Oh, my bad. I was just gonna say, that story, it really is, it really is a story that makes people very passionate. Um, and I can understand how folks would feel a certain type of way about a particular group of people as it pertains to those events. But one thing to keep in mind is that man is not to blame for the things that happened in Magdala in 1868. This is all God's fault. And even if you wanted the son, for whatever reason, just had to point the finger at man, you would actually have to point it at the African people. Because essentially our ancestors betrayed their own selves. For the Europeans to come in, they had to be accepted in. Africa, you can't just come in Africa and just waging war. They didn't even have enough troops at first to come in and wage a war. They had to be accepted in. Gifts had to be given in exchange for favors, in exchange for temporary housing. Slave trade could not have happened without African kings participating in it, selling their own people. So, that's one thing that we're quick to address, the fact that again, it is a passionate conversation, and I get that, and I can tell what you're speaking is genuine, But that's one thing we just have to keep in mind, that this is all God's fault. Because whoever we choose to blame it on, that's the only one who will get us out. Like we talked about this earlier, like if the cops throw you in jail, then the police, the law enforcement, them the only people that can get you out of jail. You get what I mean? Like, so if we say that this was the YT folks, they got us in this position, then we're saying, well, the YT folks is the only ones that can get us out. So this is why we just, we just remind folks as often as we can that this is all God's doing. And it's even written that I came to my own people, and my own people would not receive me, but to those who did, even them I gave the right to be called my brothers and my sisters. So you see these folks in our background, yes, these are our ancestors. The political party that we decided to call our government a melanated political party, yes, it was originated for us and by us. But again, this is something that is meant for the entire world. No one is more important than the next. So just never forget that, brother. We are all equals. In the sense of God's kingdom. Now, if you get into a little bit deeper conversation, because you did bring this out too, of course, it's, yeah, we have different features. Yes. We have different strengths, but, for in the spiritual sense, this is all God's work, if you understand that.
Yeah, I can see your point, and that's a valid point. That's a very valid point, because that cuts out the looking and blaming on others, rather to look within yourself and you work yourself out, get out of the hole, rather than start pointing fingers. Yeah, that's a very valid point. Appreciate that.
No problem, brother. No problem. Do you have any? I mean, what are your do you have any personal interests, or anything that you've been interested in, or like any gifts or talents, or things that you wanted to that you would like to pursue?
I'm a builder, not by trade, but I've been building all my life, and for the past 2 years, I've just been doing, helping people out with their projects and doing free work, as because my wife, I had a really big thing with my wife about it, but because of what I was going through, I decided to just do all my work for free, and all they had to do was supply me with the materials, and I'll do the work for them, as my gift back for the community. And my wife wasn't very happy about that, but I didn't care anyway, because that was the works that I felt like I was calling for, was to help out. And if they gave me a plate of food, that was my payment, that was it. But I do feel a lot, because I'm a very emotional person, and it's just getting stronger and stronger as I'm going through this. As in, I really feel what people feel, you know, like energy wise, whether it's and I'm very very introvert because of it. I hate going to crowd places. I don't even go to my family functions because I just feel everything. It just drains the shit out of me, man. By the end of it, I just don't want to do anything. I just want to lay down and rest, you know. And the other thing is things just connect, like dots just connects themselves in my head. Once I start looking into things, and it doesn't have to be a lot of things that I need to look at. Just a couple of key points and pictures and dots and maps just starts calling themselves to each other. It's almost like a magnet, you know, and they start pulling each other. Then you put the whole picture together, and it's amazing. And I've spoken to people about the things that I've connected, and they have no idea, and they think I'm crazy, you know. And it's all come to light, you know. All these politicians, the governments, what they're doing in the back end, you know. It's which freaks my wife out, because at first she thought I was crazy about the stuff that I was talking about, and then she started seeing the dots connect, and she's like, "Oh, okay, I see now what you mean." You know, it's because people don't understand how people think and how they work through actions and mouths and speaking. You know, and especially governments, they lie, and people don't understand that. They lie. Every word that comes out of their mouth is a lie. You know, and people needs to see the people for what they are, as they'll give you one thing and then do another. It's the total opposite that they'll do in the back end. And I think that's how I've worked it out to be very easy to connect, because if they say one thing, make sure you think of the opposite direction, you know. And as I was sharing with the young guys the other night about how this is just working into someone giving that piece of paper to Christ, because of what has just happened in the past 5 years with the States, Canada, the British, the Vatican, you know, because they come out and say what's actually happening, what they're actually doing, but in a manner of hiding it behind so many things. You just got to listen in and look at what they're doing. And it's almost like as if Trump is scooping up the Commonwealth, you know, which is all the indigenous people, because they're no longer under the British Crown. Somebody has to take them up before the people finds out that they are actually no longer being governed by the British Crown, you know, which makes this a lot more sense to me, that your movement is almost coming around the back door, just to scoop up that paperwork that Trump is signing with the British Crown, you know, which is taking over the Commonwealth. I believe that's what's happening. And I saw the other night that Trump is releasing all the bonds, which is the birth certificate, right? Over there, which is 100-something trillion. Now, why is that? That's never been done ever in history. That's the whole currency of the world is the birth certificate. That's what drives that fiat currency, which I don't understand why Trump is releasing that. That's what the bankers work off. Without that, there's nothing else. There's no gold, no monies. That's what was swapped with the monies. So is that because you guys are taking over? Is that because the paper's coming to you that they're releasing all of that? I'm not too sure. I don't know about that part yet.
There's a lot of things that's happening in response to this movement. Like, for instance, Prince Charles, the whole Great Britain Empire, is being pressured now to return those artifacts that were stolen from Ethiopia. These were things that were never before considered. And they did not start happening until Yaju came on the scene. So yes, that declaration, that is an official government declaration of our independence. And nations around the world are starting to recognize it. World leaders such as Vladimir Putin, even President Trump. This is why they're actively speaking up and coming forward, you know, and supporting the fact that, yeah, the Messiah is, you know, a melanated brother. You know, so yeah, you're going to start seeing a whole lot more confirmations of our movement. Well, I'll say reactions towards our movement on a global scale. And look at the global industry, how this whole push towards globalization is happening, like International Monetary Fund, World Health Organization, IDEC, International Petroleum Union. these things, these entities are coming together, whether or not they realize it. But this is all setting up for God's kingdom being established on the earth. So that is exactly how it was written. The meek shall inherit the earth. So yeah, these things are definitely in response to the day that we live in now.
Yeah, that makes sense because for the past 5 years, the top of the food chain have been scattering and doing things out of the norms. You know, it's wild because it's probably because of that movement. You know, it's they know it's coming, and that's why they've just gone absolutely berserk and throwing everything and anything out to stick, you know, at the people. But it's no longer sticking because the people are actually finally seeing their true colors and their true objectives, which is good. And I really am praying because I'm pretty sure that's what Trump is doing. Because he's not. I know he's not a racist man at all. You know, he's not the type of person, and it shows in his nature. He speaks his mind, whether it's ugly how he speaks it, or you know. But at least you know where you stand with Trump. You know, he's gonna say what he thinks, and you know exactly that's what he means, which is good because I have a feeling that he's gonna do this for your movement. You know. And in saying that, I'm hoping that the Commonwealth, because that's all the indigenous people, you know, the Commonwealth falls under that piece of paper as well. I really hope so. You know, because they're the most oppressed. You know, the lot that was enslaved.
Yeah, there's my bad. Go ahead, sister.
I was just gonna say how it's definitely all about us though, because it wouldn't be like, okay, so like it's all on us. Like it isn't none of these people, you know, Trumps or whoever's, who are gonna gather God's government. You know, so it's really all about all the houses flowing onto what we're doing here because, you know, we need a lot of judges who are righteous, who we have to gather because God has to do the gathering. God's spirit has to do the gathering through this body that's coming together. So, you know, like we need certain positions to be filled because it's going to be the whole world that's flowing to this house. You know, so I just want to say that, like, you know, they have their parts to play, but it's really just all about gathering the 144, you know, and that's when the you know, the rights and all these things and the trust can really be cashed in when we have a strong house that is capable of keeping it and maintaining it.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to take away from the movement. I was just thinking in the back end of, you know, them coming around to for that one final, you know, piece of paper to be signed, ultimately. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying, definitely. The only other thing is as well, which I shouldn't be thinking about, is that the ish, you know, I have a lot of deep hatred for them, you know, and I know that's wrong, because at the end of the day they are just people, but the hatred they have has just made me even more hateful, which is so wrong. But they need to be punished, which I know that, yeah, okay, leave it to God, but they need to go through some kind of punish on earth before they go through and get dealt with, which is, yeah, I know it's wrong, but of course I'm not going to do it. It's just I believe in, you do a dirty deed, you must be dealt with. You have to be dealt with, so that in the next life that you move on to, you have been dealt with. Otherwise, you're going to just repeat yourself over and over. and it's not you that's you're actually affecting, it's the others that you're actually affecting, you know, and that's what we need to cut for the future generation, is the repetitiveness of that, you know. It's ultimately about the kids, and that, yeah, I, every day I think about these people, and I don't know why I hate them so much, but I do hate them for sure.
You know, when I first came into this truth, I did have a tendency to think like that too. Mine was skewed towards the pastors in the churches who led us astray. But the one thing that distracted me from that long enough to really grow more stronger in this truth is exactly how it was written: to study, to show thyself approved. You know, studying myself and really finding a way to be used in this kingdom, you know, because a lot of help is needed. So like you, for instance, you know, you're great with solving puzzles. That open-mindedness is an excellent tool, that creativity. You're an introvert. So you like to dig within and do things that you feel passionate about. And you're not necessarily on the social level, but at the same time, it's still a strength. And ultimately, you're a builder. So you have a lot of great qualities. And the greatest way to really get back at the people that you have animosity towards, so to speak, is to prove them wrong. You know, they wanted you to feel like you wouldn't amount to anything. They wanted you to feel like you were worthless and you didn't deserve to reign with them. So let them fall on their own sword. And you focus on being a builder for the kingdom. You know, and that just sounds like, you know, the greatest way that you can really, you know, overcome that, brother.
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out, because yeah, I know it is bad. Yes, and you know, I'm not going to do anything stupid, you know, but I just need to get rid of the hatred, you know, because it's not helping me, nor anyone, you know, for the moment. So, yeah, no, you're definitely right. Yeah, I need to work on that side of things, but ultimately, I need to focus on the goal ahead, rather than the petty little things that I do have for whatever I may feel and how I feel, for sure.
I was working in this warehouse several years ago, and I had a conversation with a gentleman who works in the IT department, and he was telling me how he got that job. And this was a much older man. He was you know, maybe in his he was much older man, and he had never been to college. But one day he decided that he wanted to get into information technology. So he went to the library nearly every day for a whole year and just read books, you know, just studied information technology for a few hours a day. And after that year, he ended up getting his first job working as it was like some type of analyst position at a cell phone company. And he worked there for 6 months. After that 6 months experience, that's when he applied for the job at the warehouse. And that dude's making like 80, 90K in IT. And, you know, there's something that I had to remind myself of, the fact that, you know, we have the eyes and ears now. You know, we are blessed to be able to interpret the most complex coded writing known to men, something that came from God by way of dreams and visions into men and recorded on paper. So if we can go into that, then how much more can we go into written text from men, you know, about like economics, finance, engineering, healthcare, agriculture, architecture, criminal law. We literally have the power to make ourselves proficient in whatever it is that we want to study, whatever it is that we want to do to serve in this kingdom. Like, we have that power and authority, you know. So, you know, that's something I always encourage folks. You know, hey, you know, whatever it is that you're passionate about, that you wanna, you know, work in, you know, hey, you can do it, man.
Yeah, that's a very valid point, because I've been trying to get myself out of the system by returning the birth certificate and all of that, and there's quite a few routes that needs to be done for that, you know, which took me into the law side of things, and it was an eye opener to see and know that the law is completely a different language itself. It's a different whole beast on its own, and you need to know how to jump from both sides of things, because we speak the normal babble language, and then when you get into the law side, it's all the legalese, you know, and just the meaning of words that we thought actually meant what we thought it meant was just completely opposite to what we thought in the law. And I've been doing a little bit of that, which I'm not going to be a lawyer or anything, but it's good to know your rights, you know, as a free man, because ultimately we were free at one point until they took us and put us on that piece of paper, you know, which made us a dead entity, or whatever they call it. And also, I've got a question for on that note about the. So, would that be a sin to stay in the system while being of God, or living in a Christian manner or holy manner? Because I mean, the system is the beast, I think. But how is it going to work with this movement? Is that going to flip the switch and take the paper out, so that they were free of the piece of paper and become part of the land? Or do we still have to go through the process of taking ourselves out of that piece of paper and put our feet on the land? Because that's one thing that I'm confused about. Because I know that the land was given to the people, and the people are the land themselves. But the power be came and put our wet feet on a piece of paper, rather than putting our feet on a piece of land at first. So it captured us within that piece of paper with the name that they gave us, right? So once this movement gets in, how is that going to work? Is it going to free the people of that piece of paper, or the people has to free themselves from that piece of paper onto the land?
Well, it's kind of like, you know, as being born into this world, like, you know, like, we're humans on the world. We're supposed to be, it's supposed to be as simple as this is our world, but it's not, because the leadership, like you said, has taken advantage using the paper and pen. So it's just as simple as righteous leadership, you know, rising up with the facts, because, you know, Pope and all them, Roman Catholic Church, that their religions, their religious orders, their Masonic orders, you know, that's false, of course. So, you know, we would be the living proof. Us being the living proof gets rid of their authority. You know, when the real ones come, the fake ones have to leave. So that's being done in paperwork, you know, and that's how, you know, how in the story, King David takes down a giant with his own sword. The giant that's been terrorizing all the people uses the Bible to terrorize the people and act like they're who they're not. They use the paper and pen, so that's what we use, you know, and it's inherited to us. Just a second.
Yeah. I think it should the indigenous people of their land. I don't think they should have to do anything because they are the original people of the land. But I'm not too sure. It's just I'm in the process of doing my paperwork at the moment to try and free myself from it. But now that I've come across this movement, does it need to be done? I mean, if when all of this is done and said and signed, that piece of paper signed, does it just release? Yeah, I hope it does just release the footprint of that piece of paper. And in the Vatican, I saw something on through this study that I was doing for my paperwork. I saw something on the Vatican coming out in 2013, I think it was, and the Pope made a speech about the system, and he said in it something like, for the people that are still using the system for their gain, must stop because they are no longer under the protection of the papacy, which tells me that the Vatican have stepped down from being the head of the three-headed beast, which is DC, London, and Vatican. So, and then not long after that, I found out that the Queen. That's when I found out that the monarchy have ended their reign over the Commonwealth, which started off with Canada, and that's why Canada went through what they went through for the past year or two. So, and then Trump, I think, is going through the stage of cutting the head off DC now. So yeah, but anyway, back to the point. Yeah, it's just that it's something that's always interested me is what's going to happen with that. When I found out about this movement, so I just thought I'd ask the question, but it can be answers. If not, then I guess it really won't matter because you guys would do whatever it needs to be done once get in anyway.
Well, like, I'm saying, like, okay, so what? Okay, so when they did the siege of Magdala, they took a prophecy that had never happened yet. Like, Christ had never. This is just a book about Christ coming in the end days and doing what Yaju is doing now. They literally stole a book about Yaju doing what he's doing right now. But they created it into their 2,000-year-old, Christ and Peter was over here and they built the rock, and that's how we're running the world right now. That's the lie that they made up to create all the fake principalities that's in the world right now. So what Yaju did.
Hold on. So are you saying that there's only one factor in there that's actually truth? The rest are all made up? Is that what you're trying to? I'm not quite understanding because there's so many storylines in there that is that all true, or is it something that was made up by them to suit the narrative that they were pushing or still pushing today?
Well, now the whole thing is true. It's just the timeline. Like, it's true, but it's happening now. It never happened in and that's all the stories. Yaju's getting spit out the whale right now, the belly of the beast. The waters are being divided right now. The dirty from the clean. So all the things are prophecy for now.
Right. So okay. So yeah. Okay. So it's all about just timeline, and that's what I heard the other day. One of the saints said, "Okay, I see."
Yeah, and also the Disney Channel also, you know, they turned, you know, today we're partaking in the flesh and blood of the Son of Man. We're literally putting our blood, sweat, and tears and our listening ears with the Son of Man, but they turn the flesh and blood into crackers and juice on a Passion of Christ movie that they've been putting out for years. So everyone is in an imagination about metaphors, and it's not metaphors. It's not fairy tale. It's not fairy tale. It's metaphors. You know, so that they did that very crafty. They did that very crafty, and then you know, putting it in our faces in the movies. You know, playing in our faces, because they know it's metaphors, but you don't know it's metaphors. You know?
No, and that's what is going to make this so much harder, is to try and bring people from a literal picture or movie they painted in their head of something that they think really happened, but really it's all metaphors within. And oh my gosh, this has just made this movement so much harder. No wonder why the people are just biting back, because they don't understand if it's just a metaphor. Why have I painted this picture of Christ hanging on the cross? Wow.
So the victory is simple. The same sword that David or that Goliath used to spark fear into the people, which is analogous to what the Roman Empire did, what Great Britain did when they took these prophecies and thought to change the times and the laws therein. That same sword is what David used to chop off his head. This is what Yaju represents. So now with that same sword, with that same prophecy, all we have to do is tell the truth. And that's how we get the victory. So, you know, in terms of being worried about, you know, getting your documentation together or getting out of the system, I mean, if you want to do those things, that's great. But, you know, like my sister is saying, once we receive our inheritance, brother, those things won't even matter. You know, our job now is to tell the truth. Because when we tell the truth, that is how we set the captives free. That is how we destroy the giant. And that's how we collect our inheritance.
Okay, well, that's cool. I like the sound of that. Yeah, go ahead.
And have you heard of a default judgment too?
Kind of. I'm a little bit vague on that. Can you just run me through that?
Yeah, it basically because you know, Yaju is Christ. He's the real one. You know, cutting off the fake one. So, like, when he sent his declaration to the Holy See and the High Courts and the British Parliament and all these, you know, they already knew that he was finna come. They already knew that one day the Son of Man was going to be risen up and clean up the mess that they made. They knew that. They knew that they only had so much time before the truth came out. You know, so now that it's come, he actually won the case. So it's like a default judgment is basically like if you walk into a room and I'm like, I'm Talia, I'm a disciple, and everyone just looks at you and they, you know, they might go on about their business, they might nod, but if no one's saying what, no, you're not Talia, you're not a disciple. If they don't actually try to you know, prove you wrong.
I see what you mean. Yeah, rebutted the document. Oh, yeah. I was thinking of that because I said to my wife that the fact that this is put up with no rebuttal from anyone, it means that the words that's come out of his mouth is true, and his document makes it. What do you say? It's that document is finalized or finalization of what is actually said on it, because no one has argued the fact that no, this document is fake or whatnot. You know, no one has rebutted the point being made. True. Yeah. I see what you
Yeah.
mean.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. Yeah. No one's rebutted it. They couldn't if they wanted to. It's all about the seers coming together, you know, and making the house strong, you know, so that, you know, because they're on that day when 144 is all together, they're gonna be ready to hand it over. You know, they're gonna be ready to step down. That's why they're making the apologies they're making. You know, it's literally just all about the gathering right now.
That's a very valid point too. I didn't really think in deep until you mentioned that. And yeah, okay, so the website is probably one of the good things to push out too, to make people think otherwise, because it's a living document. It's been signed, meaning that it's the truth. That's okay. That's fire. That's
Yeah, and that's why organizing this government, that's the greatest thing we can do, because they don't pay out reparations to individuals. You know, we have to be recognized as a government, as a nation, before we can start receiving those things um, that were meant for us to receive. So that's what that default judgment is all about. They're waiting for us, you know, God is waiting for us to able. Once we, then that's when we collect our inheritance. So that's why it's so important for us to continue to spread this gospel, to gather more leaders, more like minds, like my sister keep referencing the 144. You know, because once we're complete in our government and our nation, that's when those things get given to us, brother.
so that okay. I see what you mean. And that would, I guess, once you guys sort your stuff over there, it'll just fall like a domino for the rest of the world, or for the rest of the indigenous countries anyway.
Yeah, because like all the nations are, they all say that they're under God. They all say that. Well, how come? How about when God makes them stand on it? You know, it's gonna be a whole. It's gonna be a whole transformation across the whole earth.
And that just um, points out the main point that documents are very important in the eyes of the law. You know, depending on which law you operate under. Without the document, word of mouth doesn't say anything unless it comes from Christ or God Himself. You know, I guess that's why they say pen and paper is more mightier than the sword.
Mm-hmm.
Have you ever heard about the Pan African movement that Marcus Garvey and Emperor Z2 started? This was in America in like the early 1900s, when they were trying to get
I
about 2 million African Americans to go back to Ethiopia.
No, I never heard of it until I went on the web, and that's when I saw Marcus Garvey. I read a little bit, but I didn't go too deep into it. It was late last night, but I'm yet to go back to the web anyway and have a look. Um, with the web, do you guys only um put certain information in there, or do you put Is it what does the web evolves of? Is it just for documentation to do with government, or is it for stories that there needs to be uh, retelling of the truth, or I don't know, what can you put in there?
Well, the website is, that's where we display information to raise awareness of the movement and what we have going on. And of course, with the videos, the petition, those are things that just raising awareness to folks around the world. But again, that government documentation, like the UCC ones, the declaration, those are official government documents. Now, we have more internal matters that we speak on our Monday night Zoom calls that you can get tapped into. And that's where we actually talk amongst each other as saints. We don't discuss all the internal information like the intricacies of our government, to the general public. But if you want to be involved in those phone calls, we do those on Mondays at 8 p.m. Eastern time. So you just have to, if you go on the website and send a message to the web administrator, just type in your name, your number, and say you want to be added to the WhatsApp call or the WhatsApp chat. And if you don't already have the app on your phone, download that. And then the administrator from the website, they'll get back with you and send you a link. That way you can get tapped into the Monday night calls and you can ask more intricate questions. You can have more access to the more detailed information in terms of, the workings and the next steps.
Oh man, valid point. I'm glad you mentioned that actually, so I can not just chuck anything out, because I keep forgetting that this is a web. I mean, this is a site platform that's open to everyone. I'm glad you pointed out actually. Right. That was a very good point that you pointed out. So I don't just say anything or talk about anything that. Right. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, most definitely. Yeah. If you can see, we definitely looking for you, brother. Yeah, most definitely.
I'm really glad you said that. Now thinking about it, because I just started, saying stuff about stuff that I shouldn't be saying on here. I'm really glad you pointed it out.
And we break open that Bible and really like that's we do a lot of good fellowship. So you have questions about you said you wanted to understand the book better. That's a great place to ask your questions, more even more detailed, and then have a conversation with the witnesses. Sometimes Yaju be in there too. So yeah, and sharing ideas of how we can move forward, it's definitely great to be in there.
Yeah, I'll definitely chase that up, because there will be some very interesting, I can imagine, conversation within that private space.
Is it where you at right now?
It is 11:15 a.m. over here.
11 a.m. What, Monday?
Yes.
11 a.m. Monday. Okay. So yeah, you'll have to figure it out because we do it. Okay, so we do it on Mondays Eastern time at 8. So
Is that 8 a.m. or p.m.?
No. 8 p.m. 8 p.m. Eastern time in America.
So it'll be Wednesday morning for me, I think. Yeah, it'll be early Wednesday morning in the middle of the night. Yeah, because it's
Uh,
just Sunday over there right now, right?
yeah,
Or is
right
it
now
early?
it's 6:45 p.m. Sunday.
Oh yeah, it'll be Wednesday or Tuesday early morning. I think we're almost a day
Okay.
ahead.
Okay. Okay. Well, you might have to. I mean, sometimes we have panels going late night, so you might just have to ride it out with us,
Oh, I
on
don't.
your ride it out with us into the Zoom call, But
Nah, I don't mind, because this is what I'm living for is the truth, which you do anything for the truth. It's I used to live for that money, but that money no longer matter. It's that money that's oppressing everyone. So this is it, and I'm really liking this, and also this is straightening me out, and it's what I also been searching for is that straight and narrow path, which is ultimately everyone's searching for. But I'm glad I can be part of this. It's a big movement.
we definitely appreciate you joining board, man. Salute to you, brother. We like I said, we'll have a call tomorrow at 8 p.m. So yeah, you able to jump in? That's at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Yeah, we definitely look forward to seeing you. That way you can greet the family, introduce yourself, and get more acquainted. This is you have a large family, man. So like my sister said, if you got eyes to see, it's definitely room at the table for you. So definitely I salute to you, man.
Yeah, no, thank you. All for a good cause, and all about the people, and of course ultimately Christ, because we all need saving. But on that note, I better go do some work, man. um, I might jump back on tonight later on if someone is online and just join up and have a session. So I'll leave you with that, and you guys can carry on. But I'll see you in a bit.
Right.
Peace, peace,
Blessings,
brother.
brother.
Blessings.
Yeah, I'm gonna shut this one down too. So yajujuda.com, y'all. If you aren't familiar, if you haven't already, yajujuda.com. This is a nation building platform. So enlightenment platform, healing of the nations platform, heaven on earth platform. So y'all definitely check out the website if you haven't already. Check out what Yaju is doing. And the people who's gathering to his movement. Check out what's going on if you haven't already. And yeah, peace and blessings. Salute to the real. And I'm gonna shut it down.